Good evening and welcome to this special meeting of the Paso Robles City Council on Thursday, December the 10th. Before we get started, once again, I will read this announcement. In compliance with the state and county shelter-at-home orders and as allowed by the Governor's Executive Order N-29-20, which allows for a deviation teleconference rules required by the Ralph M. Brown Act, City Council meetings will be held by teleconference only until further notice. Rather than attending in person, residents should call 805-865-7276 to provide public comment via phone. Phone line is open just prior to the start of the meeting at 6:30 this evening. Written public comments can be submitted via email to cityclerk@prcity.com prior to 12 noon on the day of the council meeting to be posted as an addendum to the agenda. If submitting written comments in advance of the meeting, please note the agenda item by number or name. City Council meetings will be live streamed and available to play later on YouTube by accessing the following link, www.prcity.com/YouTube. With that, I will call the meeting to order and ask for a roll call, please.
Councilmember Garcia.
Here.
Councilmember Gregory.
Here.
Councilmember Hammond.
Here.
Councilmember Strong.
Here.
Mayor Martin.
Here. I would ask everyone to please mute your microphones with the exception of Councilman Strong. Councilman Strong, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Thank you, yes. With me, please, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Now we have staff introductions, please.
Julie Dolan, Community Services Director, joined by Frida Berman, Maintenance Superintendent.
Ty Lewis, Chief of Police.
Jonathan Stornetta, Fire Chief. Joined with me tonight is Fire Marshal Randy Harris.
Brian Cornell, Director of Administrative Services.
Sarah Johnson-Rios, Assistant City Manager. With me tonight is Melissa Martin, City Clerk, Dave McHugh, IT Manager, Paul Sloan, Economic Development Manager, and Ashley Peterson from Community Development.
Kimberly Hood, Interim City Attorney.
Tom Frucci, City Manager.
Thank you. A notice about public comment this evening. This is a special meeting. Public comment for special meetings is limited to agenda items only, and an opportunity will be provided for the agenda items when each item is called. And I've already made the announcement about how to contact City Hall with public comment regarding telephone and if in time earlier by email. So with that, let's proceed forward with our agenda for the evening. Under discussion, we have business viability and the governor's new stay-at-home order. Mr. Frucci.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you to the council and everyone else for making time available tonight on such short notice. This is a rapidly evolving situation, and we wanted to get it to the council as quickly as possible. Just of note, tonight's meeting, because of the short notice, is not on KPRL. This meeting can be accessed, as the mayor indicated earlier, through YouTube. Could you start the PowerPoint, please, David? So I will be giving an overview, but clearly we have high quality experts on various aspects of this that I would hope the council will feel free to call on. So starting at the top, details of the governor's stay-at-home order, how the county is interpreting that order and the guidance the county is giving to cities and the public, as well as all matters related to city messaging, Sarah Johnson-Rios. The public receptivity to the order, because police officers and other police staff are in constant contact with people who are reacting both from a business perspective and an individual perspective, as well as all matters related to enforcement actions the council may or may not want to take, Chief Ty Lewis. The whole issue of our parklets and how they were permitted and what uses are permitted and the city's ability to either amend or pull those permits, Warren Frace, Community Development Director. The activities that are taking place in those parklets, including the table spacing, all medical and safety issues related to mask wearing, spacing, social distancing, et cetera, as well as code issues related to tents and heaters, will be Fire Chief Jonathan Stornetta and Fire Marshal Randy Harris. Complying with state guidelines, et cetera, our Esmo Interim City Attorney, Kimberly Hood. And then the whole matter of how businesses are dealing with this, the financial stress they're under, assistance options have been discussed over the past week in a large number of phone calls with Paul Sloan, our Economic Development Manager. Next slide, please. So just a quick update on where we are with COVID-19 in the county. We currently have 7 patients in the ICU. That's the highest we've ever had. It's tied for the highest. We have 18 patients in hospitals. Our highest at any point was 25. We currently have 2 times the prior highest number of active cases. We've had 7 county residents die in the last 10 days. There are 6 more deaths that are pending certification by the coroner as to cause of death, but it's believed that all or most of those are as a result of COVID-19. More than 30% of all cases in the county since March occurred in the month of November. So the case count is rapidly increasing in the county. We've had outbreaks right now in 22 congregate care facilities, and those range all the way from private homes that are used to care for 6 individuals or more, all the way up through CMC and ASH. And it's generally believed we have not yet seen the full peak from the Thanksgiving holiday. So cases are rising, but they're expected to rise even faster the next few days. Next slide, please. Okay, so as we all know, the governor issued a regional stay-at-home order, and the criterion for determining the extent of that order and when it goes into effect is the number of ICU beds remaining available in a region. So we are part of the Southern California region, and that region at this point has less than 15% of the ICU beds available. So the order went into effect on December 6th, as you can see in that slide. However, in SLO County, we still have about 40% of our ICU beds available. And the 3 counties, Ventura, Santa Barbara, and SLO, we still have about 26% of those beds available. So there are, as part of the state's emergency response system, different breakdowns in terms of how the counties are grouped together. And in fact, in that system, it's SLO County, Santa Barbara County, and Ventura County. And with an ICU capacity of 26%, we would not have the stay-at-home order in effect. We would be back in the purple tier, the most restrictive tier, but it's something that the public was getting used to and understood and felt it, for the most part, could accommodate. So the rest of the Southern California region has only 10% of the ICU beds available. So we've pretty much been lumped in with other counties with which we have very little in common. As a result, immediately upon the governor's issuance of the order, Mayor Martin started contacting the other mayors and sought all cities to send a letter to the governor requesting that we be pulled out of the Southern California region. While the mayor was in that process, the 3 county boards of supervisors took up a similar action, and in fact, all 3 boards have now written letters to the governor requesting that the 3 counties be put in a new subregion, independent subregion, at the end of this initial 3-week period. And the order, as the governor laid it out, lasts for at least 3 weeks. The mayor's initiative is still being considered by other cities. So the city of SLO, for example, tonight is considering a letter to the governor. And at this point, the decision's still being analyzed whether 7 letters from 7 city councils in the county would make more impact on the governor or one letter from all 7 cities. So we're still working that through. But in any event, thanks to the mayor and the boards of supervisors of all 3 counties, there is that effort undergoing. We have not heard back from the governor. Don't know if we will hear back from the governor during this 3-week period, but that effort is underway. Next slide, please. So what exactly does the order do? There are 3 slides because there's 3 different levels of opening or closing, basically under the order. So as you see there are certain uses and certain business types that are allowed to stay open as long as they adhere to basic safety precautions under the pandemic. Next slide, please. Then the second group is more tightly controlled, and they can stay open only with significant modifications. So you see there, hotels and lodging establishments, it's essential travel only. And then the next one we've put in italics because that's particularly germane to tonight's discussion. Restaurants now have to, as a result of the order on December 6th, can now be open only for takeout or delivery services. Next slide, please. And then finally, totally closed unless they are considered critical infrastructure are mostly services, but you see there the wineries, bars, and breweries, family entertainment centers, movie theaters, so Park Cinema is closed, personal care services, and Sensorio is now closed. So you see there's a long list there of activities that must be closed during the order. Next slide, please. So as you remember from your staff report, there are really 2 recommendations, and the first one is the most straightforward, and I thought I'd put it here to kind of get it out of the way conceptually, and that is that we would like the council to authorize the mayor to continue to work with the other cities to generate either one letter or multiple letters to the governor supporting the request that at the end of this 3-week period, the Central Coast counties be pulled from the Southern California region. So at the very end, we'll come back to discussion on both recommendations. Next slide, please. Okay, so let's talk about what the impact of the order has been on some of the local businesses from whom we've been in significant discussions with and are hearing from, and my guess is we'll be talking to you tonight under public comment. Clearly our small service businesses, as well as some larger businesses like Park Cinema, are being especially hard hit. An example that's particularly germane to the downtown is our restaurants. As we said, they are allowed to stay open only for takeout and for delivery. We have some restaurants that are trying very hard to adhere to that order. We have some who feel that service outdoors, including in the parklets, if they have a parklet, even though it's not allowed by the governor's order, is still something they can do safely and for the benefit of the public and to allow them to remain a viable business. And then unfortunately, we do have a few restaurants who are still serving indoors. And that's particularly troublesome because other restaurants are now questioning, well, why should they be adhering to any restrictions if we still have a few restaurants who are continuing as though nothing's happening, nothing's going on. And as you know, the CDC, WHO, and others are particularly concerned about wintertime when more activities take place indoors, and they believe any activity indoors is at much higher risk of transmission of COVID-19 than the same activity outdoors. And as we know, many local businesses are at the point where they feel if they comply with the governor's latest order, that would devastate their business and they might never reopen. Next slide, please. So we felt in bringing this to the council tonight that there were really 3 key questions that we needed your direction on. Number 1, what kind of approach should the city take given the governor's order and the reaction we're getting and requests for help we're getting from local businesses? Number two, what should be the type and level of enforcement that the city initiates, if any, especially against those businesses that are egregious violators? And we'll define what egregious means later. And then three, is the council direction you're giving us tonight, do you want us to be coming back to you on an ongoing basis as this continues to change? Is this just we're doing what we do tonight on a pilot basis to see how it works out? You know, the level of involvement and direction you want to give us on an ongoing basis. So now, next slide, please. Let's go back to question number one. What's the appropriate approach for the city to take at this point? And clearly the city and the council have a variety of options. The first option would be to do nothing. In other words, just continue as we are, take no additional actions. I'm sorry, that's the second option. The first option is do nothing. So the state's now really taken the game out of our hands to some extent, and maybe we step back and say, you know, there's not a whole lot of things the city can do at this point. It's really between the state and the county and businesses. The second option being we just continue doing as we have been doing. Third is we seriously consider some targeted assistance and take advantage of some opportunities to help those businesses that have been especially hard hit. And Paul Sloan has been developing a package of assistance opportunities. An example being, do we continue providing the K-rails for the parklets? Do we negotiate a bulk rate for propane and help the restaurants who are serving outside, if they continue to do so, afford that propane? And then at the other end of the spectrum is the whole Solvang Manhattan Beach approach that you've probably all been reading about. And essentially what that's saying is that the city of Solvang, for example, has, by council vote, on a 5-0 vote, said that it will not either enforce or adhere to the governor's stay-at-home order, that it will continue with basically the purple tier approach, and that it will, in addition, provide some additional services to businesses to help them as they continue to struggle through this. So there's a full range of options the city could take. Obviously, there's mixed options, and there's some in between those four, but that's kind of the one end of the spectrum to the other of options we could take. Next slide, please. So up till now, the council has been very consistent in its approach, and it is said that, repeatedly, that the city, as a city government, as part of the hierarchy of governmental structures in this state, needs to, on its own, follow the state and county regulations. We can't decide which rules we're going to adhere to and which ones we're not going to. In terms of dealing with the public, the council has consistently said it wants to rely on moral suasion, not enforcement, because it believes Paso residents, if given the right information and the full information, most of the time, the majority will make the right choices. And the council's also worked very hard with the stakeholders to promote Paso Strong, to help businesses and individuals get through this crisis. As we all know, it looks like vaccines will be coming available, and the latest estimates I've seen is that these very efficacious vaccines, much more efficacious than I think we had any right to expect, will be available for the large percentage of the population as early potentially as August or September next year. So we have less time ahead of us than we have behind us. And the challenge now is to get through this winter, get through this tough period, and come out the other side. And the council has been very respectful of different perspectives. The mayor has said, as we need to remain Paso Strong, we also need to remain united. And then finally, the council has been constantly working to achieve what's the right balance of approach to this. And that has frustrated people, because some people are on one end of the spectrum and some people are on the other. And the council's generally taken a fairly pragmatic approach towards the middle of the spectrum. Next slide, please. So what we're proposing, based on everything that we've learned since the governor issued his stay-at-home order and everything we've learned in the discussions with people in the city and throughout the county. We've had a number of discussions with all the other cities and the county, is that we continue to approach this as a county, as 7 united cities. Although we've had some minor differences in approaches, we've all been fairly consistent, that we continue working very closely with our businesses and our stakeholders, including Main Street, the Chamber, Travel Paso, and Wine Country Alliance, as well as others, to the best way possible, ensure they are able to meet the needs of their members and the members stay financially strong. And that also, at the appropriate time and appropriate ways, we provide economic assistance. So as the council knows, we've been responsible for the K-rails. We've continued to pay for the K-rails since the parklets first went into operation. And in addition, through the CARES Act, we were able to provide economic assistance through microgrants to more than 30 businesses. We'd love to be able to do that again. As you know, we talked about that at an earlier meeting. However, the federal government has yet to approve any kind of assistance program that would enable us to find the economic resources for that, at least earlier. Now that Ryan Cornell is getting closer to understanding the revenue impact on the city of the pandemic, we believe Tuesday night will be an opportunity to bring that up again and give you our latest thinking. Next slide, please. Okay, question 2 is, if we're going to enforce, what would be the nature and scope of that enforcement? And Chief Lewis has done, and his officers and community service officers have done an amazing job up till now of really minimizing the need for enforcement, because they've been in the community talking to people. And I know we all see somebody who's not wearing a mask or somebody who's not maintaining social distance, but I think back to some events we had in June and July and compare those to what we see now, and I think the community is responding very well, and for the most part is doing whatever it can, both from business perspective and individual perspective, to meet the challenge. So once again, we could take no action in terms of enforcement. We could continue the collaboration that the police department and Commander Davis has initiated with Gina and the chamber. And what's happening there is when we do get a complaint, the police department turns that over to the chamber, and the chamber goes out and meets with the business or the individual who is the subject of the complaint. And that has several advantages. Number one, it's not a police officer showing up, and so it's somebody who businesses probably feel they have something more in common with and can be more open with. It also allows our police officers to focus on the high priority tasks that they have, because clearly a complaint about a business that allowed 7 tables instead of 6 is not high priority for our police force at this time, especially with our inadequate staffing. Third, we could initiate a process of offering administrative citations. You've probably been reading about the efforts that the city of SLO has undertaken with administrative citations. There are some pluses. There are also some minuses to that approach, but it is certainly an approach that is worth considering, especially for egregious violators. We could, I'm not saying we should at this point, but certainly it is an option. When the Community Development Department and Warren Frace issued the parklet permits, the permit said very clearly that the holder of the permit had to adhere to the guidelines and restrictions, and that the city could pull the permit at any point. And then finally, it's here on the list, but we might as well take it off the list, is criminal sanctions. As the council is aware, the District Attorney Dan Dow has said that he will not be enforcing these guidelines, which do not have the force of typical law, in criminal court. He will not be bringing indictments against businesses that do not adhere to what he considers to be public health best practices, but not necessarily laws. So that's the range of actions the city could consider under enforcement. And once again, those are just 5, but they tend to occupy the full spectrum. Next slide, please. And we just learned, thank you, Chief Stornetta, the state has now issued what its enforcement approach is. And obviously this is a concern because in general, these past 10 months, the state has issued the guidelines and then left enforcement up to local entities like us. And so I'll give you a second to read their approach. Fairly vague. Clearly, ABC initially did go to establishments with ABC licenses and saying if you don't adhere to the guidelines, we'll pull your ABC license. And then, of course, the Environmental Health Department of the county does have the ability, because they regulate restaurants, to inspect and pull permits if they see so fit. In discussions with Wade Horton, that is not something the county is seeing as actions it wants to take. And as far as I know, there has not been any action other than letters sent to some of the businesses in Paso, but I know of no enforcement action per se. Next slide, please. So here's what we believe is a working definition of an egregious violation. And as you remember, early on, both District Attorney Dow as well as the sheriff indicated they would be becoming involved only if there was an egregious violation. It's not, egregious isn't the word that all of us have in our everyday vocabulary. What it tends to mean in a dictionary definition is something that's conspicuous, flagrant, or intentional. And we believe that an egregious violation to the COVID-19 health orders would occur under 3 different scenarios. One is when we've taken a very progressive, orderly, step-by-step approach, but there has been no attempt at compliance. And obviously, if it's a minor violation, even then we would not consider it egregious. But if it's a significant having the chamber talk, if that doesn't work, then having a CSO or a police officer go and talk. But clearly communication, persuasion, trying to find out what's going on and how we can assist the business in achieving compliance. But if it becomes flagrant, if it's clear the business has no interest in taking even simple steps to result in compliance, then at some point it becomes an egregious violation. Secondly is, and we've had this with a business that operates here in the county, including one branch here in the city, where the business has gone very public and said it has no intention of adhering to the guidelines. It knows what they are, it has a full understanding of the rules, but its intention is to violate, and it is violating. And so given that this particular business has branches throughout the county has taken the lead. Don't know what action they are currently considering, if any, but that's another example. And then finally, if there is, and I don't have an example to share with you, but if there is a business that is imposing at any given time and place a major health and safety risk to our public that demands immediate attention, that could also be, if it's significant enough, an egregious violation. That's what we're proposing as the definition. Obviously, there's room for interpretation here, and Chief Lewis has thought about this and made it, his personal commitment that if the city is going to engage in enforcement, it will be done fairly and equitably. So if one business is the subject of enforcement, then any other business doing exactly the same thing would be subject to the same kind of enforcement, that there will not be any favoritism or other significant variations. Next page, next slide, please. So in terms of enforcement, what we're proposing is that we continue with the collaboration between the police department and the stakeholders. The chamber has really stepped up, and so far we think that is working very well. However, we now feel that it's time for us to consider, and I'm not saying tomorrow we're going to issue citations, but it's time for the city to consider administrative citations when necessary, given we have some businesses, including 3 restaurants serving indoors, who have no intention of adhering to the guidelines and are putting other businesses in a bad situation, a tough situation, and at risk. And so we just feel that because of the actions of a few players in the community, we cannot continue to do only the police and stakeholder collaboration if that doesn't work. Next slide, please. And then finally, the third of the 3 questions, it's really once you decide tonight what you think the city's course of action should be going forward, that'll make the answer to this question probably fairly apparent. We could bring this back to you on January 19th. We could come back to you and request a special meeting anytime there is a major change in the governor's guidelines, or depending upon the type of guidance you give us tonight, we could continue with the approach that we've had, for example, over the last 10 months and continue that until vaccine is widely available. So there's really a wide range of options for the council to consider in terms of how long you want us to proceed on any given course of action. Next slide, please. So our recommendation in this area is that you give us direction tonight that would constitute what you consider to be a balanced level of support to local businesses and enforcement, if you want us to take any such action, to help these businesses find the path that keeps their employees and patrons safe, helps preserve their business viability, and meets our overall community needs. And that's very broad wording. Clearly, lots of possible interpretations, but this is not a black or white issue. It's not a totally structured issue. That's very nuanced, and things change fairly regularly. So we want to get direction from you, but ensure you understood that because it's complex, our response needs to continue to be nuanced and appropriate to the situation. Next slide, please. So, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, in any given area that you have specific questions, we can go into much greater depth, but that's kind of the overview we wanted to give you of the issue that we wanted to bring forward to you tonight. And you'll be hearing from, I'm sure, many members of the public with their views on this issue as well.
Very good. Thank you for that report. We will handle this as we do all business items for the council. We'll have council questions of staff. And I know that everyone has a lot of opinions about this particular issue, both in the public and on the council. The council is going to make its best effort to not yield to the temptation to make statements during the questioning period while we're talking about clarifying issues. We'll go to the public for comments. As of right now, we have about 18 people in line on the phone line to make public comment. After we take public comment, we'll bring it back to the council for deliberation. So this could be a lengthy process. I appreciate everyone phoning in and being so patient to wait. It's good to see that the message got out about this meeting. It's very important to our community, to our community's physical health, as well as its fiscal health. So we want to give it the time and attention that it deserves, and come up with a solution that is unique and fitting for the community of Paso Robles, not something that someone else has done or someone else says we should do. So with that, let's go to the council for council questions of staff, clarifying any of the issues that were brought up by our city manager. Starting off tonight with Councilman Hammond.
up here. Question for staff, I guess. Who in the state level made the determination that we need to be in the Region 1 district? In that picture I see, it's like it goes all along each side of the stairs as well as Region 1.
Sarah, do you want to take that?
Sure, Councilmember Hammond. I'm afraid I don't have a detailed answer on how the state arrived at that decision. I think that there have been a number of questions about why the Southern California region in particular represents such a greater share of population than the other regions. And I would invite whether Chief Stornetta or others have any more specific insight that we may have received through the county. Unfortunately, that was the way that the regions were defined from the beginning when the governor first announced the order, the potential to implement the order on December 3rd.
Okay. Yeah, I know. I doubt that you were going to be able to answer it. That's really my main question at this point in time. I'll wait for testimony from the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Strong?
Yes, I have a number of questions. First of all, isn't it true that isolation itself creates health risks for some people?
Battalion Chief Harris, you want to take that one?
You know, there's definitely some studies. I'm not really educated enough on the psychological aspect to give you an answer on that, but that is what's been portrayed in the media.
Okay. And hasn't it been portrayed by some people in the medical profession, especially in the psychological areas?
Yeah, I'm unfamiliar with that, sir.
Okay, thank you. I'm wondering the definition of flagrant. Could that not be worded in such a way that it was conspicuous, flagrant, and intentional?
Do you mean the definition of the word egregious or the definition of the word flagrant?
Flagrant.
So flagrant does tend to mean conspicuous and intentional, yes.
Okay. Then the next one is, do the restaurants that are serving indoors right now have exterior areas or options for exterior service?
Chief Lewis, you want to take that one?
I can try to. So some of them do, I would suspect, and some of them don't. Because I don't think that the list of violators that we've been looking at is just limited to restaurants. So my understanding is there might be some wine bars, some breweries, and other businesses operating that have various capacity options.
I see. All right. Thank you. And then finally, maybe this is a question for Kimberly. Do mandates or pronouncements by the governor have the same force and effect of law as those statutes passed by the legislature?
Well, that has been certainly an issue that is in debate and one that's been the subject of some recent lawsuits. There's actually one that's pending challenging the executive orders and how far those can go particularly if they conflict with statutes that are on the books. The stay-at-home orders, however, have been issued from the health officer, so those are a little bit different. So the state health officer has the ability to issue certain orders under their separate authority. So sometimes you'll see a mix of those, but it's my understanding this particular regional stay-at-home order was actually issued by the California Department of Public Health with the state health officer.
I see. Now, does the health officer have the authority to issue orders that create health risks?
Well, I guess that would be a debate. I don't believe the statutes allow the health officer to issue those types of orders, but I would assume the state health officer might see it a little differently. So I think that's more of an objective point of view with respect to what the health orders are. But the statutes are clear that if there is a health order then the city has the ability to, the police department has the ability to enforce that under the health and safety code.
Okay. Thank you. And I have another question which has to do with the region. And I understand there's a lot of cohesion around those three counties being in the region. But in the multiple regions that I deal with, many of them go the other direction partially and have Santa Barbara, San Luis Obispo, and Monterey together as a region. Have we looked at that possibility at all? And if so, what would those figures be?
So the choice of the three counties to be in a region was not our choice. That was a discussion that the county staffs of the three counties had, and it was initiated by individual supervisors in the three counties. So that was not part of the mayor's original proposal. He just recognized that we as a county had unique attributes that did not match the majority of counties in the Southern California region, and initiated a discussion to get us out of that region.
Okay, I'm also wondering then if Monterey was ever considered by anybody.
Unfortunately, sir, I wasn't involved in those discussions amongst county staff. Don't know that.
Thank you.
I could add on to that just a little bit, Mr. Strong. This is Jonathan Stornetta.
Sure.
So as you look at throughout the state of California, the Office of Emergency Services designates the Southern California region from San Luis Obispo County south to the San Diego border. Anything north of the San Luis Obispo County would be the northern region. So there's no plans, there hasn't been any history of incorporating Monterey County. So Region 1, what we're currently in under OES, Office of Emergency Services, would be from San Luis Obispo County, Santa Barbara, Ventura, Orange, and LA County. So we're pretty separated from the northern region, which starts at Monterey North.
I understand that. And there are some other regions that may not involve your organization, but involve transportation that involves the other counties, as I mentioned.
And this is Chief Lewis as well. I spoke to the Salinas Police Chief today, and they're expecting to go fall under the same order, which they're in Monterey County by the end of this week.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else, Councilman Strong?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Garcia?
Yes, sir. I just had a question on what Mr. Frucci was talking about, Wade Horton and violations for the county. Are they also over the barber shops and beauty shops and things like that? Are they also the ones that if a beauty shop or barber shop was open, would they be the ones to do the violations?
So the county has overall responsibility, given that Dr. Bornstein is the county's public health officer, but each city, I believe, Chief Stornetta can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe each city has also, as part of its emergency declaration, incorporated Dr. Bornstein as the city's medical officer and public health officer. So both the county and the city have the ability to initiate enforcement actions within city limits. Some of the cities in the county have asked the county to stay out, at least for now, and have the cities take primary lead. In our case, we have taken the opposite approach, and we have said to the county that we are not accepting egregious situations, going to initiate enforcement. As a result, if the county feels it has to initiate enforcement, it would be in the lead, and we would want to be notified and, if necessary, involved, but it would be up to the county to initiate that action if it so chose.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all for me.
Thank you. Councilman Gregory.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Martin. I had the same question as John Hammond about how we could possibly be linked with the other counties that we're linked with. And it just doesn't seem like it's a fair or equitable matrix. So that's my only question, and I don't we have an answer for it. So I'll hold my comments for later.
Okay, great. Thank you. Just a couple of quick questions from me, if we could. we had discussion about administrative citations versus criminal prosecution. I want to make sure I understand this. Since our county's DA's office has already said they are not going to be prosecuting any criminal questions with regards to COVID noncompliance, the only real tool, I mean, the only thing that would have any productive value would be an administrative citation. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
And could you explain, please, for folks who have never heard the term, what an administrative citation is?
Given that is part of our municipal code, I would ask the city attorney to explain the process, if you would, please, Kimberly.
Sure. So an administrative citation is essentially like a citation. It's a ticket, if you will, that's issued. The police department, for instance, would go out and issue this citation. It has a provision in there that the fine could be waived within 15 days of the citation if the violation is corrected. It carries with it the ability to then either go ahead and correct or pay the fine, or you can request an appeal. And so there's an appeal procedure in the municipal code in chapter 1.03 that allows the recipient of the citation to appeal that to a hearing officer. The city manager has the authority under your code to appoint a hearing officer. It cannot be a city employee, so it would have to be somebody independent without a bias. And then they would hold this administrative hearing at sort of a less formal procedure where they can explain why they think there wasn't a violation. They can bring any witnesses if they so choose. And so that hearing is held, and then the hearing officer issues a written decision to uphold or cancel the administrative citation. And then the recipient would then be responsible to pay the fine if it's upheld, or they have the option of filing a further appeal to, which is basically what they call writ process, to the courts. And so then you file a writ appeal with the court.
Okay, just follow up on that and to back up 2 steps. I just want to make sure that I understand and the public understands this process were it to be initiated. An administrative citation is basically a ticket and a fine, correct?
Correct.
An officer shows up, determines that based on whatever criteria we in the law give him or her, whether or not something is worth writing up as a citation, and they issue a citation to the offending party.
Correct.
Okay.
One variation, Mr. Mayor, does not have to be a police officer. The police chief can designate other people, such as a code compliance person within community development, to be able to issue citations.
Gotcha. And since we don't have a lot of pandemics, what fine schedule would we adhere to if we were administering citations?
So the fine amounts are set forth in your code. So the first violation is a fine not exceeding $100. The second is $200. The third is a $500 maximum for each additional violation. And that's the schedule of the fines, and it's per each violation.
Very good. And for Chief Lewis, I know that we have not had much, if any, actual enforcement action to date. If an officer is requested or directed to go to a location, on what basis does that officer or that code enforcement person make a determination whether or not it's time to give a citation?
Sure. So to this point, we have not issued any citations, any administrative citations or criminal citations for complaints. We continue to catalog and log those complaints as they either come in from the county hotline to our dispatch center, or as I'm sure the council and other city staff can relate, we often get them directly to our emails. We do send our code enforcement team, our community service officers out there to make contact. Often the complaints to this point have been, I would say, challenging to prove. Sometimes it's an accusation that somebody in the business wasn't wearing their mask at the time the complainant was there. Other times it's they have a misinterpretation of whether business is allowed to be open. There's a variety of complaints that we get. Most of those, as the council is aware from previous reports, our business community and our community in general wants to do what's right. They don't want any conflicts. They just want to, keep everybody safe and keep their businesses open. So we have not issued any citations.
Okay, and if I understand the staff report, our history to date has been that the educational counseling process has been successful in the overwhelming amount of cases, although we do have a couple of people that are being stubborn.
Yes, I think that to say that there again, it depends on what our intent is with respect to all of this, and that's part of this discussion, I think, tonight. That overall, I think our community has come together. As the city manager pointed out, we've seen a lot of change since this all began at the end of February and into March with respect to people's views on various health practices that have been undertaken and achieved during that time frame.
Okay, and one more for me, probably for the city attorney. Up until this point in time, the state has been, how shall we say, fluid about what the consequences of non-compliance by cities would be. I understand in this latest shelter at home, they're a little bit more pointed. Is that correct?
They have indicated they would be taking, I think, a targeted approach. They haven't been very clear yet, honestly, as to what sort of enforcement they would take. With the last round, they sent out letters to some of the counties that tried to open more quickly than the state orders were allowing at that time, and said basically that, we understand you are opening in violation of these orders, and if that's the case, then you may not be eligible any longer for the disaster relief funding. Basically saying if you don't think you have this emergency, then you shouldn't be taking this funding. So that seems to be the main tool. We also understand the state that, ABC and some other enforcement agencies went out for some targeted enforcement, but it's been more limited targeted enforcement like that along those lines.
Okay, and one more. My understanding has always been that county government has been the primary arm of state government in our area. In other words, although up till this point, law enforcement has been left to local levels, and as the chief said previously, the county's public health officer, because we have agreements with the county, is our public health officer. Actually, the county is the arm of the state in our county. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Very good. Thank you. Okay, I know that some of the council members who have already said they're finished may have had other questions sparked in their mind by the ensuing discussion. So we'll go at the top of the list again. Any further questions of staff? Mr. Hammond?
No, Mr. Mayor, I'm good for right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Strong?
No, thank you.
Councilwoman Garcia?
No, sir.
And Mr. Gregory?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you all very much. We now have, by my count, 24 people waiting to make public comment. And again, we thank people for their patience. The way we handle public comment is we greet you, we bring you online through the telephone, and then as you begin speaking, you get 3 minutes to speak. At the end of 3 minutes, I will try to diplomatically let you know your time is up and ask you to summarize so we can make sure that everyone has the opportunity to address the council this evening. So at this time, let's go to our phone lines. Let's pick up our public comment from the people in our community. Number one in line is we have Mr. John Rhoda. Mr. Rhoda, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Welcome. You are speaking to the council and the community.
Okay. I'm not a very good talker, but but I think when was it we had our first lockdown, our first shelter in place? Wasn't that the latter part of March?
We answer all questions at once, so I'll try to keep track and get those answers for the end of the public comment. Please continue.
And then I have something else too. I think when everything opened, I think that there might have been a lot that didn't follow the rules and guidelines, and I think that's probably why we have such a widespread now of the coronavirus.
Okay. Any further comments, sir?
And another thing that I have too, I think that probably, I think that probably people traveling to see their families and everything, I think that might have had a lot to do with the spreading of the virus too. Probably a lot of it.
Okay. Any other points you'd like to make?
Let's see. Well, I think that pretty much covers it. I think, if we can, I'll follow the guidelines and wear a mask. I think that would keep the transmission down quite a bit.
Very good. We thank you very much for being so patient and for offering your comments tonight. Thank you.
Yeah.
Our next caller is Vanessa Harris. Vanessa, are you with us?
Good evening. Yes, I am.
Good evening. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. I live 5580 Farouse Way. I would like to say a couple points, more or less. I am in favor of a solving approach, so to speak. I am not in favor of compliance with the state of California. We still have a 40% availability for our SLO County hospitals. I strongly support a new subregion per OES with Santa Barbara County, San Luis Obispo County, and possibly Monterey County. I feel that our priorities with our law enforcement, especially within this city and this county, should still be considered, and that we have other higher priorities. I think that with 18 patients currently in the hospital, that our risk versus gain with regards to our economy being at risk, and the few people that are actually dying of COVID far surpass our gain in this outcome. I think that there is clearly more need for grants based on the language of the gentleman that spoke before. I would like to remind you that your criminal sanctions will not be enforced by Dan Dow, and that kowtowing to the state, given the demographic and the people that are here, that are speaking to you, that are telling you that small businesses will go out of service and that there are not enough micro grants available, is something that you need to consider. That the people of this city and the people of this county are telling you, we do not want our businesses downtown closed. Thank you for your time, and I really appreciate you being available tonight for public comment.
Thank you for your comments. We do appreciate it. Next up, we have Dale Gustin. Welcome, Dale.
Yep, I'm here.
You're on.
Can you hear me? Okay. There's a renowned doctor that's been advising Donald Trump. His name is Mark Siegel, and he has all the statistics that show that shutdowns don't work. The statistics show that only 6% of any COVIDs come out of the theaters, and the one part of the proposed shutdown that works is large gatherings. Small gatherings don't produce it, only large gatherings. And I think that we need to throw the statistics at the governor and beg him to exempt us, and because our statistics don't support what there's the shutdown. They really don't. We're even better than Santa Barbara or Ventura, who some people suppose we should go in with. But whatever. This is punitive. This is not to bring about compliance to stop the spread. This is being punitive. We are not spreading like the other counties in south of us are doing, and we need to gang up and politely put this governor on notice that he's punishing us in a fashion that it shouldn't be. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Next, we have Marjorie Hill. Welcome, Marjorie.
Yes, hello.
Good evening.
Hello. Thank you for the meeting and for taking our comments. I would like to also agree with those who say that I don't agree with closing our downtown businesses. I don't agree with closing the hair salons, the nail salons, the fitness centers. These are the small business people that form the backbone of our community. It's not just the owners, it's the employees, it's all the service delivery people that come and bring in supplies for those businesses. And I just think that the governor is trying to kill small business, and I'm completely against that. I don't think there should be any progressive enforcement. I think that the people who complain are not considering what their complaint, the effect of their complaint on these small businesses. I mean, why does Santa Claus get 11 complaints for being outside? I just don't understand that at all. So I think that the cure is worse than the disease. I agree with the other speaker who commented about the numbers in our county. It doesn't make any sense for us to be lumped with LA. I think the mayor should go ahead with the plan to send a letter to the governor to remove our county. I think again, we should go back to the purple tier. I don't think that our law enforcement should in any way be involved with turning citizens into criminals. There's just something wrong with that. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for yours.
All right.
Good evening. Next we have Norma Moy. Norma, are you with us?
I'm waiting. I want to listen a little bit and then call on me. Go ahead. Derek's here. Let him talk right now. Hand me your phone. Yeah.
Well,
here.
Hi, Mayor Martin. This is Derek Betancourt talking. I'm president of the Main Street Board. Speaking up on behalf of Norma. Thanks for taking the time. For my input, I work in the community with a lot of these small businesses, and a lot of them are on the brink of closing. And I think to try to issue citations, I just don't see it as being the answer or being effective and taken well. I think we need to provide our small businesses the same courtesy as the large corporate businesses. If we can walk into a Target, a Walmart, do our shopping, do our things, how come we can't eat outside or inside of a restaurant, spaced out, or go into a lot of our small businesses? So my recommendation would be that we don't enforce the governor's orders and we collaboratively work together as a community to operate safely with proper spacing, proper sanitation practices, and proper personal protective equipment. And I think we need to really let people decide how they stand on this. Nobody's forcing them to go into these businesses. But I feel if we enforce these orders, we could really see doomsday downtown and lose several of our businesses.
Mayor Martin, are you there?
I'm here.
Hi. Well, for the love of me, I live down here. I eat down here. And I'll tell you, this town, everybody's got a mask. Everybody makes you wash your hands. Everybody is really compliant. Now, what I don't understand, there's no need to shut down our businesses when there is no violations that I can see. What all do they want us to do? If you say you owned a business, would you like it if you spent your entire life, all your money, everything, and now you have to shut down again and starve to death? I want to see us removed from the Southern California region because everybody in Paso is doing what they're supposed to be doing. I haven't seen anybody that hasn't. And we've all worked very hard to comply. I know it's a bad disease, but so is the flu. And, please let our merchants do their business. You're if if you're scared, they're really governing us by fear. And if you're afraid to go in somewhere, then for God's sake, don't go in there. You know, and bless these merchants. They're all, you know, I think I'm upset, Steve. I really am upset because it's particularly when we're doing what we're supposed to be doing. We've got 5 jars of this wash your hands in here and 15 masks. I can't even breathe. But for Pete's sakes, please let our businesses stay open. They're all good people, even the waiters, everybody. You know, and just like if I hire somebody, they get sick, I got to pay for them being sick. You know, that they don't have any more money. How would you like it? Put yourself in their position. What would you do? Would you want somebody telling you to shut your business down? Steve, help. Council, I love you. The fire department, the police department, thank God we have them. They're wonderful, wonderful people, and they're working hard. And I want to thank all of you that are, you know, not putting us in jail. You can put me in jail. I don't care.
Thank you, Norma. Next up, we have Brad Dougherty. Brad, are you with us?
Mayor Martin, that caller has hung up.
Very good. Brad, if you want to call back again, we can certainly get you on. Next on the list, we have Roberta Berg. Roberta, are you with us?
Hello?
Roberta,
Hi.
it's your turn.
Oh, okay, good.
Welcome.
Well, I'm agreeing with all the other callers that have called ahead of me. I'm 74 years old. Those whole 74 years have been here in Paso Robles. I've seen a lot of stuff come and go. We've made it through everything, and we'll make it through this. But I think the only way we're going to make it through this is by leaving our businesses open. We have a real good economy going. We have tourists that like to come to our area. They're not going to like to come when they have all the restaurants closed and the wineries closed and the breweries closed and everything closed. I believe we need to stay open. And like Norma said, I've been downtown. I specifically am going to restaurants that I can go inside. And I check first to see and make sure because I'm going to support them. And they are following all the rules. Those poor people spend a lot of money to make a lot of accommodations to follow the rules, and now to be shut down again, all that money wasted. It's ridiculous, especially like with all the other callers said, with all the statistics that we've got in our area. There's really no reason for it. I would like us to be solving. I would like us to step up and say we're not following anything. That's an option that was placed before you. Let's be solving. Hey, we're not going to follow any rules. Or if you want to follow the rules and you want to look like you're following the rules, how about we give $1 fine out? How about we set fines? Okay, we're going to come in and fine you, but it's $1. Every time we find you open, we're going to charge you $1. You know, let's be with our businesses. Let's support them because they've supported us and made Paso what it is, and it's our turn to give back to them. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much for your comments. We appreciate it.
All right, thanks.
Up next, we have Ed Hernan. Ed, are you with us?
Oh, I think you're Ed Ehrman, right?
Yes, sir. You're on.
All right. Well, thanks for the time. Thanks for taking the time to listen to me. I'm not a typical person to probably call into these kind of things, but I've heard from a lot of my friends who own businesses and work locally here in town that this is something that's important to them and could directly affect them. Very proud Paso Robles resident. I love this city and this county. But I do draw a lot of concern and issue with the guidelines and orders, the way they're being set down from the state governor. The state government, a couple of things that come to mind is if the spike is related to the Thanksgiving holiday and travel and long care facilities, then how is closing outdoor dining going to really affect that? Obviously, that was probably something that had to do with people gathering through the holidays. And I feel like there really is insufficient data to show that outdoor dining is directly related to this spike. Wintertime, we tend to always see spikes in viruses, the flu, whatever it may be. All said, that doesn't minimize the risk or the impact of COVID. I think we need to be very, very cautious in particular of how we go forward. And I'm sure all you guys are aware of that. Let's see. I'm also concerned when it comes to enforcement. I very much love our police department, fire department, and our city residents and citizens. I'm very concerned that increased enforcement will just further pit our law enforcement against our citizens that otherwise would be law-abiding people just trying to make a living. And it'll finally determine that if they do close their doors, it'd be the last time. Try to do a couple notes to be somewhat clear. In general, I guess what I'd like to say is I would like to see our county, our city, follow Solvang's lead. I'm not saying that we need to completely defy the orders, but I think you guys have the power and the ability to decide what level of enforcement you choose. And I just really hope that your choice is not to enforce with law enforcement and not to enforce by closing businesses that may never reopen again. It's people's livelihoods at stake. The virus is no joke and should be taken seriously. I, for one, should know I've contracted it and recovered. But nonetheless, I guess that's what I have to say.
Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Our next person with public comment is Jason Gray. Jason, are you with us?
Hello?
Jason.
Hi, this is Jason Gray.
Welcome.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that our family is supporting, and it sounds like a lot of people are going the Solvang way. I bring a different perspective. I'm a firefighter in a different city, live here in Paso, and our call volumes are not going up. We got our first firefighter that just got COVID, and we talked to him, and he said it's nothing more than the flu. So we feel that keeping our businesses open will be better for us, and we do not need to be a part of the attachment to Southern California. We're our own area, and we need to keep things moving forward. So with the rest of the people, I vote to follow Solvang. And that's all I have to say tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate the call. Our next caller is Sal Morfin-Luna. Sal, are you with us?
Mayor Martin, he has also hung up. The next caller is going to be Sherry Nelson.
Sherry Nelson, welcome.
The Solvang model and do not do any enforcement against our hardworking, law-abiding business people and put them in a position of having to have some kind of fine or punishment or provide shelter and food for their families. I don't know how anyone on that council tonight could support such a immoral and egregious act against these people. And I've got a couple more points. You'd think that doing this to these people, putting them out of work, not letting them make a living, that you would have to provide some kind of proof that they're offering a risk. Well, I've got that proof right here. If they allow hundreds and thousands of people to go through Walmart and Costco, and there's no issue with any virus or spreading, that's your proof right there that having these smaller businesses open will be no issue. Now, on the issue of science, I work in the field of physical and psychological health, and I've been asking this for 8 months, and I asked this on the radio to Mayor Martin one day, and I appreciate him asking the staff for their meeting, where is the science? If they have the science to prove that all of this is working what it's doing. The staff never answered, but I followed up. I got an answer from staff that no, the city of Paso Robles does not have that. They were going on what the state was telling them to do. Personally, I find that astonishing that you're making decisions on fines and enforcements on these businesses and not any of the city council members even bothered to ask about where's the science behind this, and I have this tonight. As per the CDC, since all of the cases are based on what's called the PCR test. As per the CDC, the bottom line is that the CT values, which stands for cycle per thresholds or amplifications, are at this moment in need of further research, but are not considered applicable to quantitative lab reporting or case finding, end quote. Well, now we have that further research. Peer-reviewed study just out, entitled, and you can look this up or I will send it to you, External Peer Review of the PCR to Detect SARS-CoV-2 Reveals 10 Major Scientific Flaws at the Molecular and Methodological Level. Bottom line is at a cycle per threshold level of 40, which is what all cases are based on, and even Dr. Fauci said is 97% false positive rate. We are shutting down our businesses. We have the science, and this study just out this week based on false positive test cases.
That's 3 minutes. Can you summarize for us, please?
Time is up. I guess my time is up.
Yeah. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. And any information you do have, please send it to the council. I'm sure we'd all like to take a look at it.
I will do that tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Rachel Dolan. Rachel, are you with us? Hello, Rachel. Rachel?
Yes.
It's your
I'm
turn.
here.
Okay, it's your turn. Go ahead.
Good. I have a couple of points. So the first is I certainly support the last few callers and their position. I really feel strongly that the governor and the state never provided a good reason why counties who were effectively managing COVID-19 through the county-specific tiered process needed to fall under a regional stay-at-home order. That was working just fine here. And there was no real reason that I felt like was justified for a change in that overall order or decision. The other thing that sort of impacts that is I feel like there has been just a void in general information as it relates to comparisons to other counties that are equivalent to San Luis Obispo in terms of size and makeup. And so if you look at other counties across this country and use Bentonville, Arkansas as a great one just for reference, they never shut down at all. The county never applied any type of stay-at-home order, not once during COVID-19. Schools remained open, restaurants remained open, and businesses were trusted to protect their customers under general guidelines. And the general population sizes are the same. Their infection rates are a little bit higher. Their death count is a little bit higher. But overall, if you map it towards our path and sort of eliminate our stay-at-home period the first few months, not much has changed. I mean, the delta at the end of the day is approximately for individuals who didn't have underlying conditions, about 11 deaths. And I'm not saying that those people didn't matter. They absolutely mattered. And that brings me to my second point, which is that in general, I think, I feel like, and I feel like a lot of people that I'm friends with believe that elected officials work for the people, which means not just a small group of people or not just a group of people who are at high risk, but for everybody. And we expect our elected officials to be servant leaders. And that means representing all of us, not just a very small percentage who's at risk. But I also think that what that means is that us as a community need to continue to try to protect those that are at risk. But we had a plan that was working. So I feel like if you're at risk, you need to be really careful. If you aren't at risk, you still need to be careful and respectful of others. But I feel like as a county, we were doing the things that we needed to do. My last 2 points are, I really feel strongly that all workers are essential. All businesses are essential. They are essential to their families. They're essential to putting food on the table. So
Okay,
I feel like
that's 3 minutes.
Yes.
If you summarize.
in summary,
I'm sorry to cut you off, but it is 3 minutes.
that's okay. You guys are in a tough place, and I feel for you, but I also feel for all of the residents that are going bankrupt and mentally suffering because of this. So I hope you stand up and speak for everybody, not just a small percentage.
Thank you for your comments. And yes, we all are sharing the pain. Next up, Nicolo Lakai. Nicolo, are you with us?
Yes, hello. Thank you for listening to the public. Just some comments. It's kind of reiterating some of the other stuff that's been said, but, really, Newsom back in March made the comment that we were expected to see over 25.5 million COVID cases. And it just seems that, earlier on we had less of an idea of what we were dealing with. And now that we've been kind of, exposed to this environment that we're operating within, it seems to be more manageable now than it was then. The recovery from the initial closure was incredibly difficult to recover from. I do own a business here in town, and as soon as those doors close, it's just everything comes to a screeching halt, especially in the food industry, which is where I operate in. Nobody wants grants. We just want to stay open. We want to work for our income. And it is difficult to see that we are being roped into another part of California, given that from what I've seen on the Tribune, that only 9 people are in the ICU, which is a single-digit figure out of the total number of beds that are available. And there seems to also be somewhat of a discrepancy between businesses that are between small businesses that are doing business in comparison to large corporations. Walmart was mentioned earlier, Costco, Lowe's. While we're seeing $50, $100 days, they're seeing record profits, and that's, a tough pill to swallow. You also see a lot of local restaurants. They've invested tens of thousands of dollars trying to, adhere to the regulations that the CDC has been putting out. And so to see all that money kind of go to waste and not, being put to use by allowing outdoor seating, is probably, I can imagine is hard for them to see. Small businesses, we employ 47.3% of the public. With the slowdown in the economy, we're also going to see record, layoffs that will take years to recreate. Being closed also affects municipalities. Without sales tax revenue, the general public and its services will also be affected. Roads won't be repaired, light bulbs replaced, city employees employed that are non-essential. These effects will all be seen up and down the income spectrum. Lastly, living here is already a challenge, let alone having to contend with business closures. With real estate values skyrocketing, I've heard of people spending 20-30% over asking price for homes and paying cash for them, which makes it hard for locals to be able to afford to buy a home. It's just a difficult, climate to operate within. So kind of in summary, the economy really needs to stay open. Those who are young and who are able to work should work, while those who are susceptible to death after contracting this disease should stay at home. Let the healthy provide for the elder and sick. So thank you for listening.
Thank you for your comments, sir. We appreciate it.
Take care.
The next caller will be Margaret Holstein. Margaret, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Sorry, I wasn't prepared for this. Yeah, it's Margaret. It's Margaret Holstein. I just wanted to make a few comments about the downtown. I've been a longtime resident. I've seen our good economies and I've seen our poor times of our downtown. So I have a few questions I want to ask. I want to ask all the city council members, and I know different city council have different reasons, but how many of you actually been in town and visited the downtown and asking them how they're doing with their businesses? I shop and eat and still go downtown. A lot of the businesses really are suffering. If they have to close this time, you will not see them open again. I wanted another question I was thinking about the economic impact. As a city, probably hasn't had time because we're all on, this is kind of all happening day by day as everything unfolds, that the impact that's going to happen to our city, our businesses, we will never, you'll see businesses leave. If they close down again, you will not, we worry about the revenue from the state and saying they're not going to give us some revenue. You won't be getting revenue from the businesses because they're going to be gone. Also, the Solvang thing, that was their board, their city council voted 5-0 to allow their business to open and do business. I strongly support that. I strongly support our businesses open. I feel that when I've been in town, that the businesses are doing what they can do. They've been doing it safely. They've been doing, and they are doing what the governor asked. I don't know how much more you can ask of them and the money they have spent on providing the safety, the plexiglass, and for helping folks to make sure they have their hand sanitation and face masks. So like I said, I do support the keeping the downtown open. I think we have folks here in this town, they know what to do. They know what to do the right thing. The devastation of what's going to happen if we lose our businesses is going to be far reaching. Not only just the business downtown, we have the beauty shops, we have the gyms. I've been to the beauty shops. You wear your mask when you go in. You wear your mask, it never comes off. You wear your mask getting your hair washed, and they're complying. And I don't know why we are lumped in with Southern California. I did look at the statistics. We have 3 people in ICU as of today. That was posted out. I think our capacity is 40%, or we have 40 beds or 46 units still available. Just leave it to the folks in Paso Robles. They do the right thing. And thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Mr. William Rojas.
Hi.
Welcome.
Hi, how's everyone doing?
Doing well, thank you.
Good. So I just moved out here from Los Angeles, and I can tell you it's a completely different beast in terms of population sizes and the way people move around. Paso's 32,000 strong. Central Coast is 333,000 strong. Los Angeles, almost 4 million people alone. So the fact that we're being lumped into that is egregious. So I really recommend that you write that letter to the governor, who also happens to be Nancy Pelosi's nephew, who is withholding the funds at a federal level. I'd also like to note that the governor is state level, and these closures are state level, so the states are supposed to fund, not federal. I am in agreement with everyone that we should remain open, safely, of course, and that, let's see what else, that we join Solvang, that just, I see everyone walking around with masks, everyone's staying 6 feet apart, everyone seems to be kosher. So I think it's important that we stand up to the governor, especially when he himself dines inside with health officials, ironically. So it's up to us to stand up against clearly something that's, hypocrisy at its finest. And I didn't move from LA to a small town to be part of that group. There's a reason people out here are a little bit different. Everyone seems to know each other. It's a really small town, and that's why I moved here. So it's important that we keep that in perspective. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Next, we have Victoria Frazier. Victoria, are you with us?
Yes, I am with you. Hello,
Welcome.
Steve. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Good. I would like to, a lot of good comments on there. I kind of jotted some things down here. First of all, I also do not agree that the businesses should have to shut down. They should be allowed to stay open if they're keeping up with the rules and following what has to be done. Outside eating, I was in a restaurant with outside eating. Also in a restaurant with the inside eating, and they wiped I felt comfortable, more comfortable there than going into your big box stores. The next thing I want to say is I don't know if the businesses downtown ask people to wear, if they don't have a mask on. I don't know if they ask them to wear a mask in their store. It's their store. They own it. I do believe that they can ask a customer to put a mask on. And if a customer gives them problems, well, I don't know. But you would hope the customer would follow the instructions. Anyway, let's see. Plus, all people in all the stores that are working, the restaurants, everybody is essential. They are essential. They need those jobs. The jobs, that's their money. They take that money and they put it back into our town. Without it, you're not going to get anything because they don't have it to give. Let's see. Also, it is the general public, not necessarily your businesses, but it is your general public who is responsible to do what they should. And I'm going to tell you this. I was at the post office the other day, 3 grown men, no mask on, and I've been in Target. The young man asked the young kids who came in, "Do you have a mask?" And the kids just laughed. They said they did. They laughed and they walked away. They were right behind me. I watched them. So it's not necessarily your businesses. It's the general public that needs to understand. And I've seen other things. I could send you a letter, which I just might do anyway. And let's see, what else did I write down here? I think I just covered the big box stores. They can't. They say they cannot tell somebody to wear a mask. Well, I'm sorry. If somebody that's their like a house. If somebody walks into your house and you ask them to do something and they don't do it, are you going to let them in? I'm sorry, but anyway, that's how I kind of feel about it. Please don't let them. I don't agree with the governor. Please don't let them shut our town down because that's what's happening. And it's very sad, and it's just going to cause more problems. And I do think that the stores, including box stores, oh, I'm done. Okay. Anyway, Steve, I will probably be sending you a letter just of what I said. But anyway, and I don't want to be part of L.A. Okay, I'm done. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Bye.
Let's read the letter and we'll share it with the entire council. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Next, we have Sally Reynolds. Sally, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Welcome.
Hi, Sally Reynolds, 193 Via Magnolia. I have listened to all the comments from restaurant people. I am 180 degrees opposite of that. We're in a worldwide pandemic. I do follow the science. My 44-year-old son has COVID. He lives in San Diego. My nieces, 2 of them have COVID, and a nephew has COVID. They live in another state. They got very sick. I'm scared to death of it. I don't think the person that talked just before me, she said there's 3 people in ICU. No, there's 21 people in the hospital as of today, 7 of them in the ICU. That's as of 12/10. I don't think that 45 deaths is anything to sneeze at. Those were somebody's loved ones. I am concerned because the governor did put restrictions. I don't agree we should be tied in. I totally am so glad that you wrote the letter. But the bottom line is we are tied in. We are tied in, and nobody's following. I took a drive down Paso Robles, and there were people gathering. You cannot eat while you have a mask on. You cannot drink while you have a mask on. But there were crowds altogether, and that scares me. Ty Lewis, I know you're listening. I know that the police department, in the manual, it says the police department is there to serve the community and to safeguard lives and property. I'm really concerned that by not closing down, we are letting tourism come in here also because everybody else is closed. So, of course, they're going to come here. I heard the comment on mental health. It affects mental health. Well, the businesses have been open. They have been open. Maybe not at full capacity, but they have been open. It wasn't a total shutdown. I was hoping that we would be shut down and we would see if we got our numbers back where they should be or lessen the impact of the COVID. But we're not going to find out because nobody has closed down. I think it's reckless, and I think it's not keeping the people safe. We know that food service is responsible for 343, according to the COVID recap I get every day. Food services is the reason for 343 of the COVID cases for the county, not Paso Robles, and 1,008 is unknown. That's the part that scares me. It's unknown. Nobody knows how bad this pandemic is. Nobody does.
Thank you, Sally.
So I'm really disappointed. I know. All right.
Thank you for calling. Next, we have Mary Larson. Mary, you with us?
Yes, I am.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you. My question is, and maybe you could answer this for me. When they're talking about the new rules coming down, and some of them are about the hotel stays, that they will not be able to accept people for tourism at the hotels. I was wondering if you could answer the question of what about these, VRBO rentals? Because there's a lot of those around, and if people are worrying about COVID numbers in our area, there's an awful lot of people. And I know a lot of friends who have told me that their friends are all coming here from other areas because, it's less crowded here. And that could increase our numbers with all these people. And we have one in our neighborhood, and there's like maybe 5 cars parked out always in the front, and lots of people staying in the house, and they're not wearing masks, and they're going downtown and mixing with our citizens. So I was just wondering if the rules apply to the vacation rentals as they do to hotels.
That's a good question. We'll get that answer for you. Do you have any other questions or comments?
No. And when will you get that answer? What do you mean?
As soon as we finish our public comment session, we'll go through all the questions and get the answers all at one time.
Okay, because I called the city the other day and asked that question, and she was telling me, Bornstein said that doesn't really affect our numbers. It's people who gather in their homes and blah, blah, blah. Well, that is gathering in a home. It's the exact same thing. It's people gathering in a home and mixing together.
We will get an answer to your question about whether or not the hotel rules apply to short-term rentals.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mayor Martin, you're muted.
Next up, we have Cannon January. Cannon, are you with us?
Can you hear me?
I can. Welcome.
Well, thank you. I own retail stores in both San Luis and Paso Robles, and first of all, I think you guys have done a great job. I think if you travel to San Luis versus Paso Robles is still thriving in spite of a very difficult year. And I really see this potential lockdown as the nail in the coffin for a lot of these businesses. I've now talked to over 50 retailers or restaurants, and they just can't do it. I talked to a man today who lost one of his locations and his home in the last year, and people that are defying it aren't doing it because it's what they want to do. It's because they have no other options. And it's a horrible position to be in, and I hope the council can try to put themselves in their shoes. Another caller had said that. And I also support solving models. I really think that there is no evidence to this point yet. Outdoor dining is a huge risk for people. Like the caller said before, it's in people's homes it's a risk, which now we're all forced to be in our homes, and we are social creatures. And so I think that although people can stay isolated for a short period of time, it's not going to last. I think we need to protect the people that are compromised and the elderly. I think that's been reiterated many times too. And I think the businesses are doing that. I know we do in our store, and we sanitize constantly, and we wear our masks, and we socially distance, and we do all the things that we can do to, make people feel welcome and safe. And I think all the businesses in Paso have made a huge effort. And another caller had said, you guys are, you're working for us. And what does that mean? If you have no town to manage, then, none of us are better off. So we have to find a way to move forward that's going to yield positive results for the business community while keeping our community safe. My mother-in-law works in the hospitals here locally, and she said last winter that the flu season was so bad, we had beds in the hallways. So the reality is we may hit capacity. And why isn't our focus about getting more beds? Why is our focus to shut down? Because we've done that, and now here we are. If you go on the CDC's website and you look at total cases versus total deaths, we are shutting down our entire country for a disease that has a 99.98% survival rate across the board. That doesn't mean that in certain demographics there are much higher risks. And again, we have to keep those people home and keep those people safe and continue to do all the things that we've been doing to keep them safe. Anyway, thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. We appreciate the call. Up next, we have Esmeralda Jimenez. And for those of you who have been so patient, you're wondering where on the lineup. After that will be Carol McDonald, followed by Philip Henry. Esmeralda, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. Good evening.
Welcome.
My name's Esmeralda Jimenez, and I'm calling on behalf of my father and his partner, who own Paradise Grill on 28th Street. We took over the old Wilson's restaurant building, which we have put a lot of time and money for the past 3 years. And this year was supposed to be our year to remodel, to try to make it into a nightclub. And unfortunately, at the beginning of the year is when we started. And then this COVID thing happened. And now we're struggling to survive. And this was my future, my son's future. And this is just life savings, that are almost gone. And if we close, and we have to start over doing something else. And we really don't have any options. And well, I'm a server, and I think I'm speaking on behalf of many owners and a lot of other employees who have lost their job and really need to make a living. So that's my comment. And we really should stay open. A lot of businesses are really struggling. I know we're not the only ones, but this is a lifelong dream and my future that are on the line here. So that's my comment. And I really appreciate the city for giving us this chance to talk and speak on what's going on.
Thank you. And we appreciate your taking the time and being so patient to hang in there until it was your turn to speak. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Carol McDonald, to be followed by Philip Henry and Ryan Payne. Carol McDonald, are you with us?
I am. Can you hear me?
I can. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. As some of you know, my husband and I own 2 restaurants in Paso Robles, and we are currently doing takeout only. I do feel it's unfortunate that we were lumped in with the southern tier. I'm not sure exactly why that decision was made, but we were lumped in with the southern tier, and we are under state mandate. We decided to go takeout only because we felt it was the right thing to do. We have parklets. We've been outside. We've been socially distanced. We've followed all the rules, and yet we find ourselves in this position as doing takeout only. I feel that whatever the council decides tonight, it should be equitable. It should be fair, because if you decide that we should take the Solvang model and you will allow us to all be open, I want to know what kind of safeguards do we have with the county and with the state. I don't want to lose any kind of benefit, like our licenses in any way, but I also think that it should be a fair thing, because as we've experienced in the past 4 days, if restaurants are open for outdoor dining and indoor dining, we lose out. And if you're doing the right thing, if you're doing what's supposed to be done according to what is currently in effect, I don't think that we should be penalized for doing the right thing. And as a matter of fact, we have been. We've found that a lot of people have called and come in and said, "Are you doing indoor, or are you doing dine-in service?" And because we're not, they move on to the next place. So whatever the council decides tonight, I want it to be equitable. I want it to be fair. I want it to be equal among every restaurant in Paso Robles, not just the downtown restaurants. And I'm hoping that we can find a way that we all benefit from your decision tonight.
Very good. Thank you so much for calling. We appreciate it. Next, we have Philip Henry, to be followed by Ryan Payne and Steve Gordon. Mr. Henry, are you with us?
I certainly am.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. And I got to say, it's an absolute honor to be able to address you all tonight, Mr. Mayor, the City Council, Chief Lewis. This is the first time that I have listened to the City Council proceedings and called in. I hope that indicates my passion for what's going on right now. I'm not going to reiterate all the callers, because I think you get a gist on what's going on tonight. I absolutely support that we need to stay open, particularly the businesses that have been targeted to shut down, such as restaurants, wineries, personal service, haircuts. I feel that is just where we really need to make an autonomous stand, similar to Solvang. I know a lot of people have referred to Solvang. I really admire you guys for being in the position you're in and devoting yourselves to civil service. And I just hope you'll follow the desires of the community as we've seen tonight. And thank you guys so much. You're awesome. And you might have ignited a fire in me to listen more regularly and be involved. And Chief Lewis, I'm a retired police officer. And if there's anything that I can do for the police department or the community as a volunteer situation, hey, I'm here. I want to support you and the city as a whole, and let's move forward and make a difference and a positive move towards what we're dealing with here. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you very much for calling and for your offer of service. That's much appreciated. Next, we have Ryan Payne, to be followed by Steve Gordon and Lou Beatty. Ryan, are you with us?
Yes, good evening. Thank you, Mayor Martin, council members, and especially to the chief. Some of the things he said tonight were outstanding. I kind of want to come from a different non-ideological standpoint. Everybody's right. We're going to stay open. Our businesses are staying open. My family owns a business and a commercial building in Paso Robles. This is our 27th year, past 15 of which have been here in Paso Robles. And I just want to say that you guys understand, I believe, and lady, I apologize, that we're going to stay open. These businesses are staying open. We all know that during the first lockdown, several did it very under the radar. My business was blessed to be deemed essential. We supply stuff to Homeland Security. We're in the agriculture business. We had at least 3 customers sending us stuff about how we were essential and could remain open. We followed guidelines, and here we are again. I really think that if the mayor of Solvang, now I'm going to go on the record saying that Mayor Toussaint is a close personal friend of mine, but if he, an openly gay man, can have the fortitude to stand up to the governor, this city and this council can do as well. And us going forward, staying open, keeping our businesses open, keeping our community safe, we're doing it. You guys just need to have our back because we already have yours. We're here. We're doing it. We're staying safe. What Norma said earlier, God bless her heart, everything she said I agree with. I understand. She is making a good point. And I just have to say, if we didn't have objective news, thank God I pop open my Paso Robles Daily News every day because, you know, that is local. It's here. It's North County. It's talking about who, what, where, right? And everyone's so concentrated on downtown. I love downtown. It's my place. Love it. But I got my visitor's guide, I think today or yesterday, and I was flipping through it, and I just started thinking, all these businesses, what if all these businesses are gone next year? Next winter, there is no visitor's guide, and there are no businesses advertising in it. Seriously, you guys, I love this town. My husband and I moved here. We built a building. We moved our families. My sister-in-law moved her families. My father and mother-in-law moved here. We moved here 20 years ago. It's the best thing we ever did. And the civil disobedience is happening. And I think a clear message to the state, respectful, but not being, you know, cowtail to a governor that is constantly moving the goalpost and grouping groups and picking winners and losers. You guys don't need to do that. Please don't pick winners and losers. Support the local community. And I thank you for letting me rant.
Thank
you.
Have
a good evening.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye now. Next, we have Steve Gordon to be followed by Lou Beatty and Chris Ryder. Steve, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Welcome.
Yes. Hey, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you guys taking the time away from your families tonight to listen to us, the public. That is, I know how crucial those times are with families. So it's nice that you guys take the time this evening to do that. Thank you. I am a co-owner in 2 separate family businesses in Paso Robles that fortunately have been deemed essential, and we have been able to stay open this whole time. So as far as a dog in the fight, as far as closing, I am not going to be one of those. So I have a non-biased opinion on this topic. I have a couple topics I want to bring forward. So first off, that lady that said earlier about if you guys want to stay compliant with Governor Newsom and apply fines, that might appease him with that $1 fine. That sounds like a genius idea. So if you don't want to get in trouble with Gavin Newsom, apply a $1 fine and just hand them out left and right. You know, everybody's going to be like, all right, cool. You know, left and right, cool. I got fined, and you guys are in the clear. Second of all, hospitals do not seem to be, and I'm not an expert on this, don't seem to be overrun with COVID ICU patients. I say again, I don't know the facts on that, but it just doesn't seem like it is a problem. And the lady said earlier, like they put hospital beds in the hallway. I mean, you know, it just seems like that isn't an issue. But it was a great idea to, rather than blanket the community with saying the amount of tests that were positive is how we judge whether or not we should shut down, was a ridiculous idea. But because the objective is, if I or anybody that I care about or anything, you know, came sick with COVID, if they don't have a place to go to get cured and they might die, yes, that's a scary topic, because if the hospital's overrun and they don't have a place to go to get care, that's a problem. So that's probably one of the best ideas I've heard since the start of this closure. Also, I really agree that the businesses should stay open. And like with all the callers, all of the businesses I've been to since then have been over the top careful about menus and pens and stores about distancing and the plastic between the partitions of where you order your stuff or where you buy your things. Everybody has been doing a great job. Also, if anything has been to prove in this last 8 months, none of this close down has actually worked. So if we were to make a test run of something and see if something is going to work, well, it's been proven that closing our businesses doesn't actually slow the spread of COVID-19. It actually has done really more harm to families and businesses than anything. So lastly, I want to be clear that if the last thing that we step forth into doing is to tattle on our neighbors, that will be the nail in the coffin. We do not want to encourage citizens to tattle on each other. I think that will be the end of it all.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate your comments.
Thank you, guys.
Up next, we have Lou Beatty, to be followed by Chris Ryder and Lisa Weber. Lou, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Welcome.
One other lady mentioned her age, so I'm going to too. I'm 83, and I definitely am in the high-risk category, but I fully support the small business owners in Paso Robles. Let them open. Let them stay open. I'm sure businesses will open and run their businesses with an abundance of caution, like they have been. It's not only the business owners that are hurting. It's all the employees of these businesses that have no work if businesses close. I've read that not many businesses in California are defying state restrictions, but cities in California are also voicing their opinions and demanding that financial survival is as important as one's health. Maybe we should join cities like Solvang and Beaumont, and I think there's some others too, that just allow businesses to open with protections we are already used to. Also, please be supportive of the health department. I think it was the health department's plea to request that the counties of San Luis Obispo, Santa Barbara, and Ventura be redefined as a separate region and not be lumped in with Southern California. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Mm-hmm.
Next is Chris Ryder, to be followed by Lisa Weber and Eric Peterson. Chris, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Welcome.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate you giving everybody an opportunity to speak and express themselves. And I'd like to basically give my support to many of the people that have spoken in favor of our area opening up and continuing to be a great place to live for everybody. I live here with my family. I'm not a business owner. I'm just a citizen. I do not believe in the lockdowns. I do not believe they've demonstrated that this particular virus warrants the types of lockdowns which are unprecedented in the history of mankind. I would point to what's going on in China right now, where this started. No lockdowns. They're back to normal. I would ask, how long will we do this? How long do people expect for this to go on? I mean, it's unprecedented. You can study the history where it's not censored. You can look at the Spanish flu. You can look at the fact that the lockdowns didn't work. If these things worked, then we wouldn't be having the issue. I would also like to point out Sweden, which didn't do any lockdowns and has not suffered any major consequences. I'm 100% in favor of this city opening up and staying open. And if you're scared, stay home. That's what I got to say. I really think that people are taking this far, far too serious with no evidence, really, There's a 99.98% chance of surviving this. There's treatment. When this first happened, they said 15 days to stop the spread. We didn't know what was going on. We didn't have a treatment. But there's many treatments. Thousands and thousands of people have been treated successfully and survived this disease, yet they're locking everybody down. And, I just don't feel all that great about it. To be honest with you, I'm not quite as nice as most of the people that have called in. I think people have been very gracious, because the only reason this lockdown is working is because people are complying with it. People are giving up this power, but how long do you think people are going to give up their power to you guys before this gets ugly? So I appreciate the opportunity to speak, and I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is Lisa Weber. Lisa Weber is our next caller, followed by Eric Peterson and Alex Natham. Lisa, are you with us?
I am Lisa. I am with you. Thank you.
Welcome.
So I chose my career 28 years ago. I got licensed in my chosen career 28 years ago, and been supporting myself and my family ever since then. My business has been legal to operate 16 weeks of this year. That's out of 52 weeks. I've been legally able to support myself for 16 weeks. Licenses are of no use to us if we cannot use them, so I'm willing to give mine up. Unemployment expires in a couple of weeks. So in 2021, there will be no unemployment for people who have been locked down for 30-some weeks this year in 2020. In a couple of weeks, that's what, and that's during Christmas. Yet our governor, Gavin Newsom, his wineries, as of yesterday, when I gave a call to his business, winery in San Francisco, is wide open for operation. We hear from Penny Bornstein to, we really appreciate the businesses of Central Coast being patient. And I think we have been patient, but for 10 plus months now, we are going into the red. We're using our savings. We are asking family members to pay our house payments and our car payments. We do not have the ability to hang on any longer. We will not be back in 2021, many of us. Some of us pay TOT tax. Some of us pay sales tax. A lot of us pay property tax, and we won't be doing any of those things any longer. COVID-19 is very scary. We take it very serious at my business, which I will not say what that is. But we have many, many clients who've chosen to stay home. We haven't seen them in the last many, many months, and we respect that, that they're in a high-risk category, and hope to see them when this vaccine or the cure or the end of this has come. But we also understand that we need to eat, we need to pay our bills, and we need to express that to you tonight. And we hope we don't have to move to Solvang or Florida or Texas in the next several weeks. That's all I have to say, and thank you so much for hearing what I had to say.
And thank you for calling. Eric Peterson, to be followed by Alex Natham and Gina Fitzpatrick. Eric, are you with us?
That was good.
Welcome.
You go. Good job. Excellent.
Okay, so we'll go back.
Do we have Eric online?
No, sir. It looks like he hung up.
Okay, we'll move on to Alex Natham, to be followed by Gina Fitzpatrick and Justin Hansen. Alex, are you with us? Do we have Alex on the line?
I am. Can you hear me?
Welcome.
Thank you, sir. City council members. Do not own a business, but I am a resident of Paso Robles, and I am urging the city council to follow Solving's footsteps. The fact that we got roped into Southern California strictly based off of ICU numbers, it makes no sense for our county and region to be 4 hours away from LA and 6 from San Diego. What makes this city great is our small businesses, the downtown area. I am urging you and the city council members to give the businesses an opportunity. They've had 8 months of practice to practice safe operations within the actual organizations down there. So I'm urging you guys to take in consideration that the city is solely based off of the great small businesses and give them an opportunity to operate. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for calling. Next, we have Gina Fitzpatrick to be followed by Justin Hansen and Ben, who has no last name. Gina, are you with us?
I am. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Perfect. Good evening, Mayor Martin and council members. As has been discussed throughout the evening tonight, our local business community has been affected in a variety of ways throughout this pandemic and yet has remained strong and resilient as each previous precaution and order was released and complied with. Our city exhibited great leadership to provide resources to help our business community endure the waves of changes and that we have experienced the past 9 months. The Chamber of Commerce would like to offer 3 recommendations as you consider any action or direction to take this evening to address the new state order. First, to please retain parklets as outdoor right-of-ways for public use. Earlier this summer, you invested in the infrastructure that created parklets downtown to be used for outdoor dining in order to comply with orders in place at that time. Although the current order says that outdoor dining is not allowed, we'd like to see the parklets remain for use by patrons. Restaurants would not be providing organized table service, and perhaps the city could provide monitoring staff to keep the areas clean and trash-free. Second, earlier in November, you supported efforts the Paso Robles Police Department would undertake in partnership with us, the Chamber, once a formal complaint had been made, to encourage businesses to comply with orders issued from the state at that time. We encourage you to continue to support this ongoing effort. As a reminder, this effort entails 3 steps. A first complaint of violation receives outreach from the Chamber to educate the business on requirements of the order. A second complaint receives outreach from the Chamber or the city's code enforcement officer with education and a warning. And then the third complaint is if a third complaint is issued, a citation for non-compliance. This is working, and we are in favor of continuing said process. Third, we support the proposed concept by Chief Lewis that creates an appeal process for citations through the formation of a peer-based review panel. We would like to work with Chief Lewis to further define the concept. And we encourage the city to support these 3 requests as short-term decisions with the ability to adapt to anticipated changes still to come. Lastly, in collaboration with several of the local chambers of commerce, we issued a letter to our governor on December 5th in response to the regional order. We would like the city to continue working with neighboring cities and county authorities to submit ongoing communication to the governor's office, requesting moving the Central Coast out of the Southern California region and create a region more in line with our actual public health resources. Our business community is fatigued. Employees are anxious and concerned about their employment status, and business owners are reaching indescribable levels of stress. We appreciate the city's interest in assisting our local businesses and providing support where needed. We commit to continue working with you and city staff to address these needs. Thank you for your consideration. I'm done.
Thank you, Gina. We appreciate it. And right on time, too. Well done. Next up, we have Justin Hansen, followed by Ben, followed by Jonathan Gannon. Justin, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here. How you folks doing this evening?
Well, thank you. Welcome.
Well, I'd like to appreciate, thank you, Mayor, City Council, and Department of Emergency Services for all you folks have been doing. I just try and think about this logically from November of last year till March before the shutdown when COVID was in our area in California. And, the mask orders were put in place. And we were supposed to be shut down a couple of weeks, and now here we are months later, and the numbers are showing the same numbers that we had at the beginning of the year. So how effective is what we've been doing? How effective is it really, and how is it helping the community? I think our community is fed up by listening to all the leaders, all the citizens, and whatnot. Me as well. It's just gone too far. I think we really need to do the same thing Solvang is doing and open up. I mean, of course, with restrictions and whatnot and, safety precautions, but I think the citizens of Paso Robles are just over it. And that's why you're seeing business owners just almost throwing caution to the wind to be able to survive. And I think that's what we need to do as a city is follow the footsteps of Solvang, because come 2021, if it continues to go down this road, we're doomed. I mean, I know a handful of people that have already left the state and just moving to other states that aren't as strict or don't have the regulations that we do. You look at numbers, flu numbers are down, pneumonia's down. It's like, why? You look at USC did an antibody study back in May, and it was here then. And here we are still closing down. I can go on about the pandemic of 1918 and how it was 50 years before there was a flu vaccination. It's been how many years since a pandemic? And our country's population is 400% larger than it was back during the Spanish flu. And the numbers or the death rate is far less, but yet we have drastic measures to try and protect our society from the numbers that just aren't reflecting what happened during the Spanish flu. So anyway, a little nervous talking. I just decided to call in and jump in on this. But anyway, I think we really need to support our local business owners in order for us to be able to still have local business owners in the future. I don't know how well these masks are really working, considering everybody's been wearing them for so long, but yet here we are in another wave per se. So anyway, thank you folks for your time. I greatly appreciate it. And hopefully we get things open back up, because I love eating downtown. Thank you folks. Take care.
Thank you for calling. Apparently Ben has removed himself from the queue. Up next, we have Jonathan Gannon, to be followed by Robert Early and Stephen, again, no last name. So Jonathan, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Thank you very much, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, for giving me a couple minutes to speak here. I'm going to try my best not to reiterate what the majority of the people before me have said. I think it's pretty clear and obvious where the majority of the members of our community stand. That's the same sentiment I get when I talk to people and customers. And I forgot to mention, I do have a local business. I have a local restaurant. We have been in business for 14 years, and obviously it's been a really rough one. Look, we really don't envy the position that you all are in. It's difficult. We know you didn't ask to be put into this position. It's not your rules. We get that. But what we're hoping for is that you'll understand where we're coming from, and that you all will help to take a stand against what I believe the majority of us know is a massive overstep by the state of California on a community that has done a fantastic job of controlling things so far. I believe that when you take things away, not even talking about indoor dining, but when you now take away the outdoor dining, you are forcing people into a really, really difficult position. You're forcing people to break the rules. You're forcing a mutiny by restaurants, businesses, etc. Because when you take away their ability to operate, to earn, to have an income for their family, you're then forcing them to figure out, what is it that I can do? How can we figure out another way? How can we make this work? And that's what we're all just trying to figure out. How can we make this work on a day-to-day basis? We've all invested so much money, thousands and thousands, to make sure that we can stick to the rules that were given to us just a couple of months ago. So we're given guidelines. You can have so many people inside. You can have so many people outside. It has to be distanced, et cetera, et cetera. But now when you take that away, what happens to all the money that everybody spent? Trying to get prepared, trying to make sure that we are following the guidelines that are given to us that change daily, that nobody properly communicates to us. I get my information from Facebook. that's not okay. We're confused. We don't know what the right thing to do is. We don't know which way the wind is blowing on any given day. And we're scared for our business. We're scared for our families. We're scared for our customers. Not any one of us wants to hurt anybody. If nobody wants to hurt any, we understand that there's a virus. We understand that people are suffering, but as you guys can tell, we have to debate this, and we have to decide which is worse. And I think when you look at the numbers and you look at the way things are coming down, especially in our area, I think it's obvious to me and the majority of us what the right thing to do here is. So to summarize, I really hope that you guys will take the lead and example from what some of the other very strong city councils have done in our state and throughout the country. And I hope that you guys will all stand together and help to be a start of what I hope is a movement for people that have had enough, and just these oversteps that we all know are not necessary and are not really helping. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. You guys all have a wonderful evening.
Thank you. You too. Next up, we have Robert Early, followed by Stephen, followed by Floyd King. Robert, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Welcome.
Yeah, I'll try to make mine brief. I'm 100% in favor of opening up again. At least for outdoor dining. Doesn't need to be inside. That can come maybe at a later time. But I don't own a business or anything here, but I do work at one. I work at a local winery, as does my wife. And it was really easy to. We had a lot of room at the winery. We could space people apart. People were wearing masks. I never had any issue if somebody walked up to the tasting room telling them they need to put on a mask and that they couldn't taste inside. And we had plenty of spaces, and it worked great. And I know you all know this, but people come to Paso for the wine. And if we don't have the wineries open, people aren't going to show up, and they're not going to go to the restaurants downtown. And if the restaurants downtown are all shut up, they got nowhere to go, and they're not going to come to town. And I know this town lives on tourism. So again, I just wanted to say thanks for the few minutes just to give my opinion, and I appreciate that. And again, I'm in favor of everybody kind of opening up and kind of moving on with this. And if you don't want to go out, stay home. And if you do go out, wear a mask. It's really pretty simple. It's not that difficult. If you're afraid to go out, don't go out and just stay home, have a TV dinner and watch TV. And the people that do want to go out, just wear a mask. That's all. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mayor Martin, you're muted.
I know, I did that to myself. Next up, we have Stephen, followed by Floyd King, and then Joshua Mays. Stephen, are you with us? Do we have Stephen on the line?
Hello, can I be heard?
Is this Stephen?
Yes, sir. Can I be heard?
Your turn.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sorry, I was having audio issues. I'm going to make this quick. The decisions are made by those who are liable. The government took no liability for most of what's happened. They took the lead in making decisions that affected a lot of people, but took no liability for any of the aftermath. Newsom gave $1 billion to China for 1 million masks. Masks don't cost that much. It's our own personal responsibilities to thrive and survive. The government took no liability. Mask manufacturers make no claims of protection and therefore take no liability. There's plenty of new Photoshop images on the internet of allegedly claiming in the Spanish flu of people in masks, Photoshopped. Rules are not laws. This all needs to go to court. Let's see here. Spanish flu and COVID have one thing in common: Fort Detrick in Kansas. Adults, Americans, we have rights. Basically, the Constitution doesn't have a virus clause. Right to gather, right to commerce, right to travel. We all, as American individuals, are owed, at bare minimum, Koch's postulates by the government concerning this alleged virus. That means virus isolation. We have not been given that. That is the bare minimum burden. I know all these things because I studied all of public information that I had time to. The easiest is Event 201. This is all a script. It's all very, very easy. It was all there. You guys all did this beforehand. All tried it. All did your little act. Hiding behind COVID and closing the courts isn't going to solve or protect any of you guys from what happens basically a lot down the road with everything. Self-isolating to avoid public scrutiny isn't going to work. Videos of empty hospitals are endless. TikTok videos of twerking nurses. I mean, the list goes on. Let's see here. I think I might almost be done. The PCR tests don't test for COVID specific. They test for bacteria because there hasn't been a virus isolation. Koch's postulates. Let's go ahead and see some separate cold and flu statistics side by side with COVID numbers. We'll never see those. The CDC has removed all cold and flu statistics, and they say that they won't be reporting through 2021. I think I've given everybody here more than enough to sit home. If they want to be scared, they can research these things and basically lighten the fear. Stay open. If you're scared, stay home. Everybody, we're Americans. We have rights. The Constitution doesn't have a virus clause. Thank you very much.
Thank you for calling. Next up, Mr. King has removed himself from the queue, so we move on to Joshua Mays, to be followed by John Walter and Tony Bennett. Joshua, are you with us?
Yes, sir.
Welcome.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
So I'm not going to be here. I'm not going to sit here and bash you guys because you guys are just doing your job, which I respect. I am a business owner. I don't want to say what business, but I respect you guys for doing your job. But I agree with everyone saying that we shouldn't stop our lives for a virus. I know people who have gotten sick from COVID, whether it was COVID or the flu. I know your guys' hands are tied to a certain extent, but at the end of the day, we have a constitution, and I believe as Americans, especially me being a Latino, I believe that as an American Mexican, we need to stand up for our constitution. We need to stand up for our flag. We need to represent our country. I mean, we were founded on freedom. We have billions and millions of people who come and go through America because of the opportunities, because of just the great opportunities in America. I mean, this year, being 29 years old, I've been able to leave my job and start a business and be successful. And that's due to being in America. And I feel like if we stop our lives for a virus, or if we stop our lives due to what the governor says or what CDC says, we're never really going to be back to quote unquote normal. And, I respect Paso Robles. I respect the Tascadero. I live in Tascadero. And all I want is for my kids to grow up and have a great future, and for my sons and future daughters to know why they live in America and to be blessed in America. And again, I know your guys' hands are tied to a certain extent, but I have a lot of compassion for restaurants who are doing whatever it takes to stay open. I have a lot of compassion for men and women who are just trying to make ends meet. And especially during Christmas, I just want to see people strive. I want to see people, live their lives to the best they can. And like a lot of people are saying, if you're scared, then stay home. If not, live your life and just enjoy life. I mean, tomorrow's not promised. And to be biblically sound, Jesus even said not to worry about tomorrow, for tomorrow's not promised. So I really think that we should just live our lives to the best we can and not live in fear. And again, I respect you guys for doing your job, but at the end of the day, we have to follow a moral compass. And that means standing up for the Constitution, and that means standing up for America. And sometimes you're not going to be able to please everyone, but knowing that you guys did the right thing is going to go a long ways. And I understand that you guys get paid for doing your job, but at the end of the day, you guys can make a huge difference by allowing restaurants to stay open and not fining them for being open, because these are men and women who have put their blood, sweat, and tears into staying open. And I just pray that you guys give them the opportunity to be successful. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for your call.
Thank you.
Next, we have John Walter, to be followed by Tony Bennett, then Jeffrey Weisinger. John, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Well, thanks very much, you guys. I appreciate you being there. It's getting late in the evening now. The first thing I wanted to point out, Cal Poly was one of the main reasons for a spike in our numbers. I think over 300 students got it, and most of those are from out of town. Most of the students that are going to Cal Poly locally are at home. They're not staying in the dorms. So that's one of the spikes we had. That was the younger generation traveling and bringing things here. Essentially, none of them are sick. They have the virus, but none of them have been hospitalized. That's 300 of them. So that needs to be addressed, but that's one of the reasons for the spikes. Earlier on during this pandemic thing, I was at Lowe's quite often, talked to the guys there. Most of those are secondary job, third. Most of them are retired, 65 and above, kind of the target point for men, elderly, so on and so forth. Those guys had their biggest month in May, and in history of the 10 years they've been open. And May through June, none of them wore masks or wore any protective gear at all. It wasn't mandated. Corporate America finally showed up and told them to do that. But they went through the biggest part of this with the biggest months of sales they've ever seen, and nobody got sick. I was there at least twice a week, and I know most of the people there. Not any time did anybody get sick during that period. And to this date now, I was there just yesterday. Don't know of any sicknesses, and there's a huge amount of traffic through Lowe's every day. So just keep that in mind that, masks may work. Apparently, these guys never wore them for months, and they got through it. Also, the flu season, we're in the flu season now, and that's what's going on right now. We're going to see a spike. It happens every year starting in November, December, and it goes through February into March. That is just common practice. We are going to see flu spikes. People do get sick. People die of the flu. People even die of the flu with a flu shot. So that happens as well. And on that deal, if you look at flu shots, we've been giving flu shots to people for 25 years, and they have never hit the target. They have never got it right. So know that the flu shot is just a Band-Aid on bullet hole, number one, and that viruses will always mutate. That's what they do. That's why they continue to show up. So if they think they have a shot now that's going to cure this, it's going to mutate. That's what viruses do. That's why they stick around. As for the ICU beds, somebody said 41 beds. I talked to French Hospital tonight. They have 11 ICU units there. Sierra Vista has 2 different ICU units, usually about 10 beds per each, and Twin has somewhere between 8 and 10. So if we need to be at 15% left, which means we need 85% capacity, that means each hospital should have 8 patients of ICU. And right now we have 7. So we haven't even come close to the threshold of running out of beds. So we shouldn't be grouped with LA. We're back to the Ventura County, Monterey County, Santa Barbara County, maybe getting out of that. So that's just a few things I wanted to talk about. I am all for the stores staying open. The people work hard. This city was built on small business. I am in the wine business. That attracted the small businesses to come, the small restaurants. It built the city, and I'm just grateful for them. And big box stores are staying open. That's not fair when these people built the city. And just the last thing really quickly is just remember their tax base is what pays all of our wages, your wages, everybody's wages, the city wages, that these people need to stay in business so they can pay their taxes. So thank you so much for your time, and have a great evening.
Thank you for yours.
Thank you. Okay.
Next up, we have Tony Bennett, to be followed by Jeffrey Weisinger and Gus Ayala. Tony, are you with us?
I am. Can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Hello. Awesome. Well, guys, thank you very much for hosting this tonight, and also for letting us call in to express some opinions. I am one of the owners of the Alchemist Garden, which is a relatively new restaurant. So without all of the other things that come with that, this has been an incredibly challenging year for all of us, that we have been striving to just really make a dream come true amidst the horrors that the world has seen this year. We have really enjoyed seeing the community come together and support over the years. We've all worked in different places, and this is my hometown. So I grew up here and moved away and came back, and it was wonderful to get to be a part of that, see what Paso's become, which is why it's so terrifying to see what is happening right now. And paramountly, it comes from a lot of what is happening. I feel that everybody who's spoken so far tonight has kind of hit the nail on the head with, where they stand and how they feel about this. It's pretty unified. And we have to take into consideration everybody. With that being said, you know, lockdown versus people electing to stay at home, there's really not a lot of difference. If you're staying at home, you're staying at home and you're safe. And if we're locked down and everybody's at home, then at some point everybody has to go back out. We can't stay at home forever. And then we start to see the businesses that are struggling. And we've seen this in the larger cities. And those should be our track record for what's going to happen in the smaller towns, because it doesn't matter if it's from a big city or a small town. The big cities have more revenue, they have more people, so obviously they're going to be at higher risk. But we have seen, nonetheless, thousands upon thousands of small businesses close as a result of this. And it's not just the people who own them. I know for ourselves right now, the position that we're in, our decisions are based a lot on our employees, a lot of the people, which are people's children. They are young parents. They have no way to provide for their families. And I believe that is an inalienable right, that we have no right to strip from people. Things will happen, yes. We find other means, but in the restaurant scene, it's very difficult to employ almost 40 people doing to-go only. And in fact, it's not difficult; it's impossible. There's no way to achieve that goal. So I feel that restaurants need to, unfortunately, kind of push back on this a little bit. And I really hope that you guys are going to get behind us in this, because it is an innate fact that we have so many people that come in and they're happy, and our entire premise of existence is to serve people, to serve food and drink and see the excitement on people's faces. And it is the reason why we do what we do, which is also why it's so heartbreaking to see that we have, I mean, just going to numbers, the education format of where our numbers come from, it's over 1,200. The unemployed is 653. Food service has given SLO County a grand total of 343 positive cases that they've confirmed on the emergencyslo.org. If the restaurants close, all of those people, they're going to end up in the unemployed bracket. So now that unemployed bracket, which is already almost double what the restaurant is, which if you guys come in, and I'll wrap this up real quick, one of the cleanest and most sanitary environments before. And we have so many precautions in place now that I really feel we would love to see the support of our community to allow the restaurants here to stay open and to continue serving and to provide jobs for people at an extremely cold and trying time.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jeffrey Weisinger, followed by Gus Ayala and Stacy Jacob. Jeffrey, are you with us?
Yes, I am there.
Welcome.
Thank you for taking my call. I appreciate the council and the police chief's approach thus far in what I'd call a casual approach to enforcement of these new state policies. I also appreciate the fact that no citations have been issued thus far by the police department. Due to these statewide policies, tourism has declined quite dramatically at a time where we're historically pretty busy, especially on the weekends. This time of year is usually our big push to generate sales before it dies down in January. The way I look at it, the only way we're able to keep our businesses going is to focus on serving our community and giving our community a reason to support us and our businesses. For example, in my business, we're creating family meal deals and other specials to offer to the community in the hopes that they'll continue to support us during these financially difficult times. I really admire and respect the fact that other restaurants and retail businesses are working so hard to get creative in figuring out ways to let our local community know that we're still open while being respectful of the sanitation practices and the current health codes in trying to reduce the spread of COVID. So to me, the question is how do we advertise to our community and get the word out about what our businesses in our community are doing to stay open? There's a lot of confusion going on right now. The term egregious offense has come up, and how do we define that? If we advertise that we are open for outdoor dine-in services, is that considered an egregious offense? The restaurant mandates refer to allowing for takeout only if we serve everything in takeout packages, and if a customer chooses to eat out of a to-go box in an outdoor courtyard area or a parklet that's provided by the restaurant, is that acceptable? Is serving food on dine-in plates and not takeout containers considered an egregious offense? I believe the goal of the shutdown is to limit socializing. I believe if we adhere to purple tier restrictions and allow for outdoor dining while encouraging takeout, are we not being responsible for limiting socializing while keeping our businesses operating? So I guess the question is deciding if we're going to start issuing these citations, how do we approach that? I appreciate the city attorney sharing with us the fine schedule of the $100, $200, and $500 fines. I would really like to see those fines reduced if the city decides to go into a citation, model. I'd like to see 3 warning letters issued before we start even talking about issuing fines. I believe Chief Ty brought up a great point in a meeting that we had yesterday regarding a community tribunal to determine what's an egregious offense and if that offense is deserving of a fine or not. I know typically my concerns have always been receiving a citation from the county health department and the alcohol beverage control, but I haven't heard from any of them yet. We've been working really hard to adhere to the standards while keeping our business, alive and well. To wrap up here, does the city get an advance notice if a local business is going to be cited by a county agency? I'd like to know that, and I'd like to know that these questions and comments are part of a risk assessment that we as business owners take on every day. It's a really tough situation for us to be in, and I can only imagine how difficult it is for the city to be involved in. But I appreciate the city and the council's approach at trying to help us resolve this, and I hope you just continue to act in the favor of local businesses and doing what you can to help us keep going. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. Next up, we have Gus Ayala, followed by Stacy Jacob and Lucy Hoffman. Gus, are you with us?
Good evening, Steve. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Just fine, thanks. Thanks
Excellent.
for taking our call.
Absolutely.
I want to respond to, you had a slide earlier in the presentation, and the number one key question now was what approach does the city take? And in my estimation for the hospitality industry, I think the city needs to take the approach to help the individual restaurateur in any financial gain he can get from the state or the federal government. I don't think there's any other fair way to do this. I've heard the mention we have to be fair. Well, there's just no way to be fair. There's some restaurants that have a better menu at a better location for takeout. There's some that have better for dine-in. What you do for one is not the same as the other ones. Some can have better parklets than the other. So there's really no way to be fair other than to get some financial aid like POP for the restaurateurs again. It is, in my estimation, as a restaurateur for over 30 years in the city, that any restaurant here, well, I shouldn't say any, but the majority of restaurants here could be viable if the states picked up their payroll. That's all we're asking, and that's what the state wants. The state and the feds want everybody to be employed. So with some sort of assistance in a fair manner, everyone can stay open. If not, if we can't get the assistance, it would be my advice for any restaurateur who's on the brink, just close up. I don't think there's any court in the land right now that's going to side in favor of a landlord, a creditor, or anything and shut you down when this thing is over. We've got to sit it out and make it all work. And in response to everybody's saying that we don't want to be part of Los Angeles, well, that's why we moved here. Of course we don't want to be part of Los Angeles. But I reviewed the numbers as of today, and the number of deaths in Los Angeles is 4.6% of their population. The number of deaths in SLO is 2.6 of our population. So we're not that far away when you look at it in accordance to the population. When you look at totals, yeah, we are a long way away, but not when you look at according to the population. So I would like to see the city do whatever they can and assist the restaurateurs, the bar owners, the hotel owners in this town of getting any kind of financial aids from the feds or the state. And then last but not least, all these comments I've been hearing, I hope they remember it when it comes time to vote. The Democrats and Gavin Newsom win by a landslide every time. It's about time to think this thing through and handle it with a vote instead of constant complaining.
Very good.
Thanks, Pete, for your time.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for calling. Next up, we have Stacy Jacob to be followed by Lucy Hoffman and Kirk McHagno. Stacy. Stacy,
Good evening, Mayor Martin and members of council. Good evening.
Welcome.
So I wanted to chime in. My name is Stacy Jacob. I represent Travel Paso, and I wanted to chime in regarding just the state of tourism. As we saw back in March and April when we went into shelter in place, tourism once again has rapidly declined. I was just looking at numbers for occupancy for the last week, and we dropped down to below 35% occupancy. That includes, and I'm giving these numbers of occupancy and the stay-at-home order. It was asked earlier regarding, does that include vacation rentals? It does include vacation rentals. So tourism, we assess it, we look at hotels, motels, vacation rentals, and RV parks in those numbers. Now, when I've talked to some of our different hoteliers for the rest of the month, they said it's looking very bleak, and we are looking at probably projections of around 20% occupancy. I share these numbers because these parallel what we saw back in March and April. The guests have made their decision to stay home based on the state orders. Lodging is set up to operate for essential travel only, and as we now turn our focus back to the Paso Robles ecosystem, we very much want to see wineries, restaurants, retailers, and attractions thrive when the time is right. These drivers are really key to bringing back our tourists. We saw this very clearly when wineries were able to finally open up back in June. The tourists started to come back. So it's really our tourism ecosystem is vital to our success. And we all know the importance of tourism, or we should understand the importance of tourism of how it funds our general fund. So as you weigh all of these conversations tonight and the fact that we are built on a variety of small businesses, which is what makes the core attraction of Paso Robles so special, I would just ask you to think about equity and regulation. If you choose, we need to look at what this equity really needs to be. If we choose to stay open and the state or county fines one of our businesses or someone loses a license, how will the city stand behind that? So I just asked that question because as we are looking at the livelihoods of everybody, that is another important component in the longevity of our tourism ecosystem as a whole. It was brought up tonight looking at parklets and creating parity in the parklets as we have dining in the park. Currently, I can get takeout and I can go into the park and also eat my food. Is there an opportunity for the parklets to also go back to the public right away? And if a restaurant wants to provide tables for people to dine, no service, but for dining, is that something that we can look at to provide parity between the public space of the park and the parklet space that is currently there? Finally, I just ask everyone to also take a look and think about the longevity and long-term reputation as Paso Robles as a destination. We have built something extremely special here. So as we look at supporting our small businesses, we want to continue to ensure, and we do believe that this will come back again as we saw this past year as we look at the longevity of our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Lucy Hoffman to be followed by Kirk McHagno, then Brad Dougherty. Lucy, are you with us? Hello, Lucy.
It looks like she's hung up, Your Honor.
Very good. We will move on. Kirk McHagno to be followed by Brad Dougherty, then Janet Garcia. Kirk, are you with us? Kirk, are you on the line?
You're next. You're on.
Hello?
Kirk? Kirk McHagno, you with us?
And he hung up as well just then.
We move on now to Brad Dougherty, followed by Janet Garcia, and then Eric Peterson. Brad, are you with us?
I am.
Welcome, Brad.
Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you for having us and allowing us to all to speak. And I know it's late. You guys have been up there for a while, so thank you for sticking with it. You know, I had a long printed out email that I was going to read, and listening to all the comments, I realized that literally everybody has said pretty much every word that was going to be on that. And I no longer see the need to reiterate all of the points that, you know, all these small businesses are making and the case they're making to advocate us, you know, continue to operate our businesses. I have personally, over the last probably 3 or 4 weeks, talked to at least 60 business owners locally in our town, some from San Luis, some from Morro Bay. And I've heard their stories. I've heard their cries for help. I have heard, you know, their employees, what this is doing to their employees' families. I've looked them in the eyes. I've seen the pain, and it far outweighs anybody that I've ever talked to about the devastation of this virus. And we are not going to try to pretend like the virus doesn't exist. We're way past that. We know it is. We know it's there. Nobody's trying to deny that. But 99.8%, you know, mortality rate. Well, I think you could also use 99% as a good figure of the percentage of businesses that will not last into 2021 if we have to shut down our businesses. And I think we've reached a point where you have good law-abiding citizens that are ready to not necessarily follow the rules because survival is mandating that. And survival of what everybody has worked, you know, so hard for so many years to build. And you've heard so many people talk about this is their dream, this is their family legacy. They've put all their life savings into this. The impact of losing these businesses and these closures is insurmountable. And I don't know how much each one of you that sit on that city council have ever gone and actually just gone door to door to talk to these businesses and talk to these business owners and hear from them personally what's going on. But I tell you what, it's an eye-opener. I get emotional talking about it all the time. And if we lose one more business in this town, it's too many. I agree that every life we lose due to the virus is also a problem, but we cannot lose any more businesses in this town. So thank you for letting me speak. Thank you for listening. And I also want to say really quick, thank you to this community for finally having a voice and calling in. Thank you, thank you, thank you for voicing your concerns.
Thank you, sir. Janet Garcia has taken herself out of the queue. We now go to Eric Peterson, followed by Brandon Steyer. Eric Peterson, are you on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
Welcome.
Hi, thank you. My name is Eric Peterson. I'm also a business owner in Paso Robles. I want to start by saying thank you for all the help from the council and the chamber thus far. You guys were great in getting us the parklets and advertising downtown and supporting us in all the ways you can. And I know your guys are under a lot of pressure and faced with difficult decisions as we are as business owners. I mainly just wanted to give my perspective as someone who's out there in the field, so to speak, just to let the council know that the situation really is dire. We've all worked really hard to survive the first shutdown. Most of us survived on funds from a prosperous 2019, and some of us were lucky enough to get the PPP loans, but that money is gone, and most of us are on our last dime. And another point I think a lot of people have made, but we do take the coronavirus seriously, I think more than most industries. And like other people have said, we do it always. We sanitize everything. Our kitchens are inspected all the time, and we've enforced masks. We sanitize menus, pens, tip books. We've removed tables, separated tables. We've even moved our entire operations outside. We've done all that's asked of us, and I want to keep doing that. I really don't want to break the rules. I don't want to defy any orders. And and I want to keep doing my part to keep our community safe and healthy. But we also need to keep our businesses open and our staff employed. And takeout is not enough to sustain a restaurant for even a few weeks. And all of us are forced to make some very difficult decisions on how to keep our businesses alive. And for most of us, it's not just our business, it's our staff. And like I have nearly 200 employees, not to mention dozens of local vendors that rely on my business. So I ask the council to please help. Just help in any way you can. And if you see us bending some rules, please know it's not with disrespect or lack of seriousness for the virus, but we have to do what we have to do to survive. And I hope you give us a balanced level of support. Thank you guys for what you've done this far. And please know as you guys make decisions for us in the near future, there's a lot of us that really are really close to closing our doors for good. So thank you for listening, and thank you.
Thank you for calling. Next, we have Brandon Steyer. Brandon, are you with us?
Sure.
Welcome.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me? Thank you. Hi. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Martin and City Council. I appreciate you guys taking the time to take all of our calls from our citizens. My name is Brandon Steyer. I'm with Protect Paso. I'm sure most of you know what Protect Paso is, but we are a group of almost 10,000 members and citizens that are very heavily engaged in our community. But I also represent 4 businesses that I own and operate myself here in Paso Robles. So first, I want to just say that I'm 100% for keeping our businesses open. I do not envy your position, but do understand that you know what you signed up for, and that's for the love of our city. Our city is ran by the passion of our business owners, and without them, we would not be Paso strong. So with or without your vote tonight on whether to stay open or not, our business owners will stay open against these mandates just to survive. I mean, it's their livelihood. It's amazing to me that, you know, today we have to vote on keeping our businesses open when just not too long ago we were all perfectly fine and opening or open and you know, operating normally, and it's just a weird twilight zone that we're all in right now, just trying to see what our next move is. But you know, your vote tonight will dictate if they will, you know, be justified or not to stay open. And you know, I know our police officers play a major role in our community, and they are also being put in a difficult position to maybe go against something that they don't necessarily, you know, 100% agree with. Shutting down the businesses would result in a huge loss of tax revenue for the city. I personally agree with Gina and the chamber approach. I think that's a great approach. You know, and I trust that you will listen to the strong majority of our citizens and their voices to keep us open. So I just wanted to kind of keep it short and simple tonight, because I know you guys probably have a few more to get through, but thank you for your time. And I appreciate you listening to all of our voices tonight.
Thank you for your input. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next, we have Kirk McCagno. Kirk, are you with us? Kirk, are you on the line? Hello.
I am Steve. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I got cut off earlier because of my inability to use my phone and internet at the same time, so I apologize.
No problem. You're on the air now.
All right, so I'm going to back up what Brandon just said a bit. I am a local businessman with 3 different businesses. I'm a wholesale distributor for restaurant and bar supplies. My business is down 80% this year. I have numerous customers throughout the Central Coast, and obviously they're all very affected by this shutdown. And I'm going to say to the city of Paso Robles and the council, I mean, I'm going to agree with everybody else. I'm going to try to keep this short because I'm reiterating what everyone else has said. You guys are in a tough position. I met with you guys during the vacation rental ordinance that we were trying to hammer out through the city, and I was there for a lot of meetings, and I respect your guys' opinion. I think you guys made good decisions on that. I'm going to say in the position we're in now with the local businesses and the shutdown orders from the state, I think less is more. And I think the city needs to really think long and hard about the businesses that are out there and what they're going through. I don't think we need the local PD and the court that you guys, I believe, are offering to be out there. I think that these businesses are aware of the fact that COVID's serious, and they're doing the best they can to operate under very difficult circumstances. So I don't think they need more city sanctions or more city regulations involved in their current day-to-day operation. And I think you guys in the city council, I'm going to trust you, Mayor Martin, Hammond, Steve Gregory, I know they're business owners, Maria Garcia, Fred Strong. I said, I've watched you guys operate, and I think you're smart enough to know that your community wants to do what's good for the community. And no one forces these customers to come into these businesses. So I hope you guys are going to make the right decision tonight, and I want to thank you very much. And I'm going to leave it at that.
Thank you very much for your call, and thank you for calling back.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
I have no more callers on our list, so public comment is going to be closed. We're going to bring it back to the council in just a minute, but there were a few questions along the way I'd like to get answered. There was a question regarding how customers are educated. Can we have somebody on staff talk about the education efforts that the city has made along with the Chamber of Commerce and our other partner organizations to inform citizens about the COVID situation and the restrictions on businesses?
Yes, Sarah will do a great job on that, Your Honor.
Yes, Mayor Martin. We do have a public information officer for the COVID-19 pandemic specifically, and that is Shauna Howenstein, our civic engagement coordinator. So I want to commend her efforts. She's regularly on calls with the county, as am I and other staff members. And as soon as we get information from the state or county, we are putting that out through a number of different city channels, and we're coordinating with our stakeholder organizations, including the Chamber, Travel Paso, One Country Alliance, Downtown Main Street, and others regularly every week or two, or whenever anything arises. So if there's anyone listening who's not plugged into any of those channels, I would encourage you to visit the city's website at prcity.com. You can sign up for COVID-19 updates specifically, so you won't get spammed about anything else. You can sign up for any city email list by topic. You can also follow the city accounts on social media. We're providing updates there as well. And then there's actually a whole COVID-19 section of the city's website. And I also want to remind folks, if you want to go directly to the county or state information, those URLs are emergencyslow.org and covid19.ca.gov. So I know that through this whole pandemic, there has been, as we've discussed tonight, that the situation has been changing, the rules have been changing. It's been confusing at times and frustrating. And so I certainly understand the need for clear communication. And of course, we welcome any additional suggestions to augment what we've been doing to date.
Very good. Thank you for that. There was a question about whether or not the rules for hotels apply to short-term rentals, and we did have a call that clarified that was in fact the case. Everybody has to play by the same rules. There was a question about loss of state licenses and how the city could or would stand behind local businesses if licensing agencies removed liquor licenses, other licenses that are required to operate business. How can or could the city get involved in that?
Kimberly, would you like to take that?
Sure. So the cities that have, taken the approach that they weren't enforcing have done so with the caveat that they obviously cannot necessarily protect businesses from state and county enforcement. So, there's still the risk that there would be enforcement from outside entities. That's the approach that is our understanding.
Okay, so the answer is there's very little way the city could actually indemnify a business or somehow make them whole if somehow they lose their license.
Correct.
Okay. There was a question about notice of citing. Does the county public health agency give the city advance notice before citing a business that's deemed to be a public health hazard?
I can jump in here if you'd like, Your Honor, as is Chief Lewis. So at this point, I'm not aware of the county issuing any citations from the health department or otherwise to any of the city businesses. We've talked to them about coordinating enforcement efforts if that came to a point, and we recently received an email from them relaying that might not be possible based upon their schedules, but we've asked them that anytime that they consider any type of enforcement action to reach out to my office.
Very good, thank you. There was also a statement made that the thing that the city could do that really would help would be to maximize grant funds and other financial assistance from state and federal agencies. Perhaps you could give us a short rundown of what we've already done and what actions may be in the works now to procure more money in the future for local businesses.
Certainly, I can jump in here. This is Sarah Johnson-Rios. To date, the city has received roughly $385,000 in federal CARES Act funds, and we have spent the majority of those on business assistance. $200,000 were used for a small business grant program, and those funds have all been distributed. They assisted over 30 local businesses and supported over 200 local jobs. In addition, another portion of the funds went to the actual parklet infrastructure. So the K-rail rental, the platform construction, and so we've exhausted those CARES Act funds now. We're hoping that there may be additional federal assistance ahead, but we don't have any indication of certainty on that yet. And we will actually be bringing an item for council's consideration at next Tuesday's meeting with some other specific ideas for business assistance, including some winterization assistance and ongoing support for the parklet program, among other ideas.
Thank you. The last question I have, and after this I'll ask if I've missed any of the staff wants to comment on, it was asked whether the individual council members had called on downtown businesses to gauge the mood, to ascertain the level of business frustration, et cetera. I'll speak for myself, and other council members can comment if they wish when we get into council comments. I have not. I find it hypocritical for me to tell other people not to make non-essential trips than for me to be going door to door and seen doing that. I think that if elected officials are going to ask citizens to limit their travel, that being said, contact with our partner agencies, the Chamber of Commerce, Main Street, Travel Paso, Wine Country Alliance. We do regular online calls where I get reports from them and through them from their members regarding concerns from downtown businesses. So I would hope, although it may not have the emotional impact of a face-to-face dissertation, that I have tried to keep my finger on the pulse of business in the community and do it in a safe fashion, both for myself and the people that I might encounter. So I'll ask staff, have I missed any questions that you picked up on that you think we would like to comment on before we move on to council discussion?
I did not, Your Honor.
Very good. So we will open for council discussion, and I know that we all have a lot to say. We will take it in order as we have been doing during the teleconference meetings so that everyone has the opportunity to speak. And this week, our rotation begins with Councilman Hammond.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I first off want to start off by saying, to our Roblins who called in and shared their views and testimony for almost 3 hours here, that it's well appreciated by myself. It gives me definitely the idea of what the pulse of the downtown community and the people are thinking. Now, I kind of like to begin by saying that I will not criminalize a business owner for doing the right things to keep his employees and customers safe while keeping his business open and functional under reasonable COVID precautions. That's really important. I believe we are in a serious health condition, and I'm not just speaking of the virus. There's social, mental, financial, and educational issues going on. Our region is separate and distinct from LA, no question about it, and should be separated from the more stringent restrictions that are being put on at this point, the stay-at-home order in particular. In light of the state's denial, if they don't allow us to secede, you might say, from Region 1, which has those restrictions, I think we should allow business owners to operate unmolested, essentially, by our city law enforcement, other than what we have already previously said we would do, under a purple tier level. In other words, the operational situation that we came from was doable from what I've heard from many restaurant owners. And I'm thinking more of the restaurant owners right now because in our business, we have not really been affected. In other businesses, they haven't been as affected as more of the downtown restaurants have. So I think, again, at this point, we need to see fit to keep their businesses open, at least until we see that the ICU beds are dropping below 15%. I agree that if we get to that point, yeah, we need to have more stringent restrictions. I totally support our business community. I care about our business owners and their investment in Paso Robles. It's their insight into the health of their own companies that I respect. They know what's best to keep things going and get it through. I've seen evidence that they are taking the proper precautions and keeping people safe, which is really the whole issue here during this transition to the vaccine period. Got a question here I was going to propose here, but I will say this basically, that after 14 years of serving as a councilman, and I think we all remember this, that we swore an oath to uphold the Constitution from enemies both foreign and domestic. In my opinion, any authority having higher authority than myself who demands compliance with unfounded rules and regulations that are not based on logical science or basic data that is shown to be accurate, in my mind, is basically taking the pandemic to an overreach condition. And also, in my opinion, when that happens, I've made it clear that, the individual becomes an enemy that we need to deal with. And again, I don't like saying that. On the other hand, again, I think everybody will agree that there's some definite overreach going on here with regard to our Central Coast and our condition currently. So again, what I would propose here, and again, maybe we can get back to this in a little while, is not to be like solving. I'm not about being like another city, but I would support strong council leadership and direction to staff to hold our Paso Robles level of reasonable restrictions to a purple tier level, or at least, again, until we see that the ICU level is raising to a point where it's dangerously level of 15% or less. I would also continue law enforcement policies that we've already previously said, but I would not support any administrative citations. As far as the egregious violators who don't want to hold up even the purple tier, yeah, I agree. We need to go after those people. And that's what I think Chief Lewis would agree with too, that we all need to be safe as possible, but yet still continue our businesses to keep our folks going. Would like to also continue to work with our chamber and Main Street associations to address needed support in these purple tier compliances. I think that's a partnership that I think is very important, especially during this time. I think we also need to honor and respect our city government's civic responsibility to keep our financial security stable by supporting our businesses. Our businesses fail, the city's going to fail. And that's as simple as it goes. I've also read the letter proposed to be signed by the 7 cities. I would actually ask Mayor Martin to maybe suggest a change, because they're asking to have the stay-at-home order lifted after 3 weeks. In my opinion, I think we need to lift it now. If we're going to ask for it, let's do a complete reversal back to purple tier, which does not require stay-at-home orders. Questions to staff. Whether we take an action or not to the state mandate officially or unofficially, what are we really risking? In other words, you know, we've had some funds delivered to our city, and I think we distributed those, but have we heard of any future funds coming to us? We've had discussion and testimony tonight about how Sacramento is holding back federal funds. And I personally think that our governor not distributing those funds, favoring overreach control now versus withholding financial support to those cities who don't fall lock and step into his orders, is really the definition of egregious at this point. He's holding funds at this point to stay in compliance with orders that he is putting out without any logical data or means of science behind them. So staff, that's a question. What are we risking exactly? I feel that it sounds like from what testimony is tonight that our Roblins are willing to risk any kind of financial support in lieu of opening up our business and working for ourselves. So Tom, do you have anything current that's coming up that you've heard about that might be given to the city in the future?
So unfortunately, I can't give you precise answers for the future for several reasons. In terms of what we know already is that, as Sarah indicated, we were awarded about $380,000 in CARES Act funds. We haven't received all that yet, but certainly the state could not only withhold any additional reimbursement to us, but they could also demand their money we'd already received back. In addition, you remember in the early days of the pandemic, we were putting in thousands of hours in the EOC to develop our programs and ensure the safety of the public. And so we are eligible for reimbursement for some of those expenses from FEMA. We've not received any of that money yet. That could be withheld because it ends up coming through the state. In addition, as the council is well aware, we are constantly applying for grants from the state, and it would not take much in the way of state legislation signed by the governor to make us ineligible for some or all of those grant programs. So that's why I can't give you an absolute amount. It's really how seriously the state government takes this and how they decide to proceed against jurisdictions they feel are not supporting them.
I figured that would kind of be the answer. I mean, it's one of those things. It's kind of a dark door that we're looking into there. But I think again, I've stated my preferences here, and I'll kind of end at least this discussion part by basically saying to the council that we were elected by our Roblins to make hard decisions. And there's no question about that. And we're in it now, where we have to do the right thing. And I think we must think of what's best for our city and its present health based on common sense actions and based upon accurate historical COVID data and the science behind that data. I think we need to reject the Sacramento's overreach at this point in time based on our present condition on the Central Coast. Tonight's testimony tells me that our Roblins are willing certainly to risk losing any possible financial support, and I'm not willing to be beholden to Sacramento just to comply and see our businesses fail. That will never come back. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll hold at this point and maybe pick it up later.
Thank you. Councilman Strong?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. And first, I would like to congratulate Mr. Hammond, Councilman Hammond, for his comments, which were very courageous and very well needed. And I agree in philosophy with almost every one of them. I have to say at this point, just so that the public understands, I've been involved in local government, literally, not personally, but associated with it since I was a child. My mother was an assistant city manager, and I grew up with that woman who was outstanding. I have been involved in local government, state government, and federal government almost my entire life. And I'm going to open up my camera right now for a moment, because I'd like to show you this and see how thick it is. This is only 50% of what the governor issued just 3 days ago. It's mostly what is pertinent to Paso Robles in this particular situation. But it's huge. And a lot of it is not necessarily that essential or necessary. So there was so much said and so much that needs to be said. I'm probably going to be a little longer than I usually am. I apologize for that, but I don't at the same time. So one of the people who testified made the statement that we get paid for this job that we do here as city council. And I would like to really inform the public at this point that our system of pay for our type of city was set in 1949 and has never been changed. So that every councilman really does their full job, researching, doing the research behind every issue, reading all of the agendas, attending every single meeting, going out and looking at every situation, winds up getting about $2 an hour. So we are not, this is not an income situation for us. My own work that made the most of my money for my family and myself was shut down on March 15th of this year. And I managed 2 organizations that contribute and have been determined to be one of only 2 ways for the senior citizens to avoid Alzheimer's disease. But the facilities they were in have been closed. So I can no longer provide that assistance to our senior citizens, not until they are reopened. That means that 80% of my income is gone. And like our businesses, I'm very much in the same boat as they are. So I understand where they're coming from. And I happen to philosophically agree with almost everything that was said tonight by our citizens. So having said that, I have to note some things. The governor's home base is in San Francisco. Keep that in mind as you look at the regions and how they've been lumped and lumped together. With the Southern California region actually going all the way to the east and all the way north along our eastern edge until, as far as true magnetic north is concerned, they are farther north than San Francisco, even though they are further east. So that particular region makes no logical sense, except that it prevents that eastern area, which happens to have a very high amount of COVID-19, from being put with the north where it belongs, and therefore pushing his home area into the same kind of situation we're in today, and therefore his winery being affected. That bothers me tremendously. So I note also that when we get down to it, we are nearly as dense, not nearly as dense in our area as the area of Los Angeles or Southern California. And so that makes a big difference between us and them as to our Central Coast area. I happen to serve on the Low Sand Board of Directors, which is the board of directors for the Pacific Surfliner Railroad, which goes from the Mexican border up through San Luis Obispo County. And that is a region. That's a 6-county region along the coast. But even that region, within that little area of jurisdiction, splits it into 2 subregions, the southern region and the northern region. And the northern region is that Ventura, Santa Barbara, and San Luis Obispo area that we are now advocating be a separate region. It's a logical separate region. We are in other regions for other purposes, including transportation, by the way. That includes San Luis Obispo, Santa Barbara, and north in order to go and connect to the Bay Area. We're in the middle. We should not be lumped with either north or south. We do need to be and should be our own region. Next, I'm trying to follow my notes here, and sometimes it's difficult because I have them numbered. Oh, yes. Too many closures, as we are enduring, encourage virtual shopping. Virtual shopping frequently catches no sales tax and jeopardizes all of our city services through our budget resources. Now, those city services include your water, your sewer, your airport, your transportation system. So should we be jeopardizing all of those services of yours that you need to survive and to live? I think not. So next, the other thing that we're doing, or contemplating possibly doing, is making law enforcement the enemy. That, unfortunately, would also encourage the defund the police effort, which I'm sorry, I do not support at all. We need to have protection for our people for many other reasons, especially because there are people who are criminals. And we need a defense against that. Next, the Solvang situation. One thing about Solvang, just because they decided to get in your face to the governor does not necessarily mean you have to do that. Because as Councilman Hammond pointed out, enemies, foreign and domestic, and apparently he's looking at the governor as possibly a domestic enemy. I'm not sure I really agree with that, but at least I can see some reason to think so. Enemies, whether they are foreign or domestic, have weapons. And in any situation where you get into a war, you better have at least equal or better weapons or figure out better strategy. I think we're in a position where we have to look at strategy. So as we look at strategy, let's look at the other things Solvang did. You don't have to necessarily be in the governor's face, because actually I'm going to advocate that we look at their 2 agreements that they considered and put into effect, which are the public space lease agreement and the rental agreement. And I think we could alter those to be pertinent to specifically Paso Robles, pardon me, and make those public spaces, or those currently spaces that we have allocated to the individual businesses, especially downtown and the restaurants throughout the city and turn them back into public spaces, because public spaces is places anybody can go to and sit and occupy as long as they apply the social distancing and the masks, etc., the other precautions. And they can be there and do whatever activities that are appropriate in that particular situation. In fact, they don't even have to wear the masks if they're drinking or eating, I would assume. Now, if we adopt those, that's going to open up a lot of other possibilities, even for our businesses. And I think that's important for us to consider right now. So one of the things we talked about earlier, and I asked a question about, was the definition of flagrant. And if we only apply some type of a citation to a flagrant violation, then remember, that flagrant violation has to be both conspicuous and intentional. And I think that there's a very easy way to not be either conspicuous or intentional and still function. And I'm going to hopefully indicate one of those ways, or a possibility. Restaurants. I think they can be takeout in name only. They can take their orders on the phone or by a text message or by or online, where they could actually visually show their menu to a potential customer. And that customer can be anywhere for delivery, including at one of the tables that is now public that's just outside their doors, or even down the street. And that is one thing that would have to be. And that is that the restaurants would not control their own space. That would be public space, and somebody could be ordering from a different restaurant and still sitting at one of what was previously their tables and is now a public table. But that's one of the negatives that we still have to deal with and accept if we're going to make this work. But you could also have a waiter or waitress that is a delivery person. And that means that when that phone call comes in, or that contact through the electronic media, that a waiter or waitress would go there to find out what they want delivered to them at their location, wherever they are. And then after determining what they want delivered to them, they can go back, get that delivery, and do the delivering. And I think then we have complied with the governor's order, and we've still allowed restaurants especially to function. And I don't know why we couldn't do the same sort of thing with all of our other businesses downtown, where people could still order from them and they could deliver to wherever they happen to be, including just outside their door. Next, please, I hope that our rental companies hang in there with our businesses a little bit and maybe extend some of their credit until this is over. The banks might have some way legally to also be a bit more liberal in their terms of loan repayments, so that people can survive this and then have a business come back that's vital and actually active enough to pay that loan back in a reasonable fashion. And I would hope that we can work together as a community in that particular respect. Now, one of the things that I'm afraid of is that fear is ruling the day. And this is creating more problems than the disease. And I brought this up before, that isolation, especially for the senior citizens who are single or in some ways living alone, it's devastating for them. They have to be able to get out. They have to be able to socialize to some extent. And we have to provide that opportunity, because I happen to have a father who in 1917 was a victim of the flu and survived it. He's one of the very small members of the population who got it and survived it. So our family is very acquainted with this, and we're very conscious of serious flus. And there wasn't a vaccine then either. But we have to go forward, because that fear is causing other businesses to be threatened that are very serious threats to our entire civilization. I've talked to a lot of businesses, not directly. I haven't gone door to door like the mayor. I didn't either. But I am the liaison to Main Street, or one of its. I'm the alternate to Maria, and as such, I attend most of the meetings. And there, at those meetings, are local business owners, so I do hear from them. But also, I talk to other businesses. I'm finding that there is close to 50% of our doctors. There's close to 50% of our doctors who are also considering closing their doors.
You are now joined.
Okay, I'm hearing some interference. Okay, perhaps that's just mine. Okay. I've talked to many doctors who are also struggling financially and considering going out of business in our community, because people are so fearful of this, they're afraid to even go to the doctors. And the doctors aren't getting their money from the insurance companies, and they don't have enough money to pay their staff and pay their rent. So it's not just restaurants that are suffering. It's a lot of places that are suffering. And if we lose any significant percentage of our doctors, may God help us, because we are in serious trouble there too, health-wise, for everybody. So I'm really concerned about that. So finally, tomorrow, I have 4 state and federal meetings that I will be attending virtually, and I will be advocating for many of the things that were asked for tonight. And that includes a new federal package that is being introduced and that supposedly the administration has agreed to sign. We're looking for a few changes to that. One of the things that these organizations that I represent us on, either our city, our region, or our whole state, depending upon the organization, is that they want those particular federal monies to not go through the state to us because of what the governor has done to some of the money already, but instead to come directly to us. And that's not just in our state. That's nationwide. They're having this kind of a problem with their governors. So we need, if the federal government is going to try to give us assistance, we need that money to actually get to us and not be confiscated by our state governments. So I will be fighting for that tomorrow as well. And with that, I will still have that suggestion, Mr. Mayor, that we please consider adopting those particular resolutions of Solvang, or the rental agreements, and turning those places into public spaces so that we can perhaps have takeout delivered to those particular spaces, because people are allowed, as long as they follow the social distancing, et cetera, rules, to use. So with that, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Garcia.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. I am been listening to all of these residents that called in, and I'm so glad that they called in. I am the Downtown Association liaison, so I went downtown this afternoon and spoke to Norma, and then I did walk some of the businesses downtown this afternoon. I drove to some of the Spring Street businesses and some of the businesses out here on Creston Road by Sherwood Park area. And everybody's hurting. And we all knew that, but I didn't know how severe it was. And I think a lot of them do agree on the purple tier was working very good for them. I believe that our community remains to be united. They know how to respect, this COVID. They know that they have to take precautions. A lot of them, when I was there, were all wearing their masks. They were all, as far as I can see, were complying to all the purple tier procedures. As far as citations, I am against citing any businesses. I would like to continue working with the chief of police and the stakeholders on educating the community. And as far as how long should it stay, that would be, maybe we could come back in the 2 weeks and get an update. I agree with Mr. Hammond. We got to keep an eye out and keep an eye on the ICU beds and our hospital beds situation. But I feel that everybody's hurting. The fitness centers. If we need to make it fair. If we open up to purple tier for restaurants, we need to open it up for all businesses throughout the city, for the fitness centers, for the barbershops, salons. Everybody's hurting right now, and we need to help our businesses. That's all I have for right now, sir.
Thank you. Councilman Gregory.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Martin. And I'd like to go back to Councilman Hammond's comments. He was right on with what we should be doing. But I want to first thank everybody who called in tonight. There's a lot of pain going on in our community. I know and talk to several business owners all the time, trying to figure out how to deal with the issues that are at hand. And this comes, our job at the city council is to be responsible for our citizens and our businesses and to help them survive. And this is the one time we're going to have to put leadership to the front of the line. It's a philosophy that the state has taken that's put us into this situation we're in. We do not belong in Southern California region. We should still be in the purple tier. And I think we need to do everything we can to get us back to that point. But I want to make a point about philosophy. Our philosophy has worked well with our businesses all through the COVID process. With Ty and his very genteel approach, by education, our businesses are all doing the right things. They're following the COVID protocols, and we're being punished because of a decision that has been made without science or matrix or anything. It's just lumping us in there with other counties. They're not doing as well as we are. Public safety is my primary concern, but public safety is also our moral safety, and we have an umbrella and a responsibility to save our businesses. And so many people are in a world of hurt in our community, as you heard tonight. So I don't know how many people called in, but everybody's hurting. I have friends that have businesses that didn't even open this year, and they almost put them under. And these are real times and real things that are happening to us. And it's our responsibility as leaders of our community not to try to recreate how to do business. I'm not going to mention what kind of businesses. I'm just going to say it's our job to take the philosophy of protecting our businesses, roll it back to the purple tier, let it work with the philosophy of having the police department educate us and not police or fine people, and let us work as a community to get back on track and let businesses do what they do best, and that is their business. It's not our job to try to recreate how to make businesses work. It's our job to protect our business and lead us back to where we should be in the purple tier and open it back up for all the businesses that have been closed. If the wineries were to come back, the breweries, those are all, these are all tourist products that people depend on and want to come here for. Without them, we don't have an economy from our tourism. All our businesses suffer. All of our income suffers. And as John Hammond stated it, our tax and support of the city government and our ability to survive suffers. We need to take a leadership role and put it right up front and say, look, Governor Newsom, you've made a mistake. We understand that. We'll follow the protocol. We want to be in the purple tier, and we'll police ourselves and have been. you know, we could talk about enforcement and all these things, but it doesn't really matter about the enforcement to me because our community is taking care of itself and done very well. What's important is getting these businesses back to survival. All assets of businesses all over the community, not just downtown. We need to protect our business in every way we can. And if it's just this, move it back to the purple tier and we support our businesses and we show that we care for them, that's the leadership that our community is asking for. We do not need to redesign anything. We need to support our businesses and our community to get people back to health, back to some kind of income. So they don't have to depend on mysterious funds of money coming from the federal government or state government that we never see. $300,000 with all the businesses that are hurting in our community is nothing. We cannot base our decisions in leadership on fear. We need to base our decisions on the ability for us to give a good philosophical help to our community, to our businesses, to our members of the community, and get back to the purple tier. Folks don't have to go out. If the people are not comfortable going out to eat for outdoor dining or whatever it is that the purple tier reopens, that's their prerogative. But what must be our prerogative is to help every way we can, show the leadership, and get us back to the purple tier. There's no scientific reason. I do want to make sure we protect the public by following the protocol that's been given to us by our health department. Our own health officer, Benny Bernstein, did not understand how we got into this tier, into this region. Ian Parkinson, Dan Dow, everybody. It's very unreasonable that we're here. So let's just follow suit here and just go back to the purple tier, show the leadership, bite the bullet, and let's help our community and do it with health and safety in mind, but keep the protocol going. But we have to help our businesses. And I'm sorry, I don't want to talk about enforcement and fines and creative ideas. We need to talk about just rolling it back to where it was working before and get people and keep people in business. There are too many people bleeding and getting close to totally shutting down and leaving our community. This is Paso Robles. We need to stand up for our businesses and show them we care and be there right with them. I feel the pain every day, every hour of every day I'm talking to about a business that's having problems. We need to help them and show the leadership and move that direction. And I'd like to hold my comments for later. Thank you.
Thank you. So as is often the case, there is much consensus among our council, so I'm not going to repeat a lot of the points that have already been made, except to say that since the beginning of the situation, we've strived mightily to balance the fiscal and physical health of our city, of our citizens and our businesses. And we've done that with compassion and an attempt at equity for all. And the way we have related to the state through this entire crisis has been to say we'll comply with state mandates to the extent we have the capacity to comply. When someone writes me an email and says, I saw somebody without a face mask, send a policeman to deal with it, I have to say, you know what, there really aren't that many policemen in the world. So there are certain things that we just physically cannot do, and we comply to the extent that we can. That being said, I would like to do what I often try to do, and that is to synthesize some of the statements I've heard tonight, both from our 50-plus callers who joined us this evening, and also from our city council members. And these are the points that I think that we have some commonality. I think that we on the council are leaning toward, if not outright, supporting maintenance of the purple tier level of restrictions rather than going to a full shutdown. I think that we support the redesignation of our county to pull us out of the lumped together situation we have with Southern California and put us into a third segment that would reflect our own capacity to handle the healthcare needs of our community in the wake of the COVID crisis. I think that we need to continue with our system of empathy, education, and counseling. I think businesses need to have a liaison with our Chamber of Commerce, who has worked very hard to make sure that people get the latest information, and when necessary, counsel folks that are not in compliance and from what reports we hear, that's been very successful in the overwhelming majority of cases. Regarding citations, I think that if you take the pandemic out of the equation for a moment, if there was no pandemic right now, and our county public health department discovered there was a business in Paso Robles that was doing something, whatever, that was threatening public health, that we would want law enforcement to issue a citation. So I think that what we need to do, because we do have a pandemic in place, is to not make our law enforcement officers be health officers. If the County Office of Public Health wants to come in and say this business is being egregious, they constitute a threat to public health, then we can send them through the education process, and as a last resort, we can employ law enforcement to administer administrative citations, because we know that there is no path forward for criminal citations. There's no need to waste our time and money and effort on doing that. But we need to place the judgment as to whether or not there is an actual public health threat in the hands of the public health people, who are the ones handing us the standards anyway. And then I think that we need to continue this program. How long should this approach stay in effect? We should continue this approach until such time as local review requires a reassessment, or until we get yet another series of restrictions passed down from the state that we have to again synthesize into our local approach to compliance and protecting public health. Those are my thoughts, and I think they reflect most of our thoughts here tonight. There are other side issues that we can talk about in the future. We can talk about side issues of peer review for citation review, if that ever happens. We can talk about using public places to use for restaurants to have customers eat. We've already, in the past, we've made the city park available and whatnot. But I think these issues tonight are the ones that we've really heard from our citizens about, and I think they're the ones that we as a council really have consensus on. So that being said, let's take another round. Mr. Hammond, your thoughts?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, I think you hit most of the things that I was bringing up. I think direction-wise, I hope the staff has got a good pulse on what we've said tonight. And maybe next Tuesday at our regular meeting, we can review what we kind of went over again tonight to have more of a consensus, and maybe have them bring some options for things that we might, like A, B, and C might want to do with further direction if staff is not quite clear on certain things. Tom, are you on board with something like that, to have an item put on the agenda for next Tuesday to kind of review what we did tonight?
We do have an item already on the agenda for next Tuesday that relates to business assistance. I do think that there is strong consensus amongst the council, so I'm not sure there are going to be too many things that we don't fully understand. The agenda for Tuesday night has already gone out. We would have to add a special agenda for next Tuesday to add a reconsideration of the item on the agenda tonight.
Are you looking for then some sort of a direction? I mean, other than direction, some sort of resolution or I guess a motion to give you full direction, or are you understanding kind of what we're leaning to?
I do believe we have pretty good understanding, but I think a motion would serve several purposes. It would, ensure the public understands exactly where you are and what action you're taking. It would also provide an example to other cities. And those are the positives. The negatives are if you do make a motion that makes it more obvious to the state what action the city council is taking. And we know that the local radio and TV stations are keeping track of what you're doing tonight. So it's really up to you how you want to handle it.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned during my little talk was, officially or unofficially, you see, it doesn't really matter, because I think, again, whatever we allow as a city government is going to be what it is. And if the Sacramento wants to come after us for it, they're going to do it regardless, whether we did it officially or unofficially. So, at this point, I don't know really if we need to make a full motion. I mean, I would like to try to make sure that, each councilman gets in, items of their concern into a motion. But, in my personal opinion was that, we need to essentially come back to the purple tier at this point and make sure that all of our restaurateurs and all businesses are adhering to all of those rules at that level. And also, again, go after egregious violators, again, just like we did before. If they just absolutely don't want to do anything about it, then I think those are the ones that Ty would certainly have no issue going after. And then also with regard to administrative fines or citations, I personally, I don't, unless it's really an egregious situation, then maybe we can start thinking about that. But again, I don't like threatening people with fines. I mean, you got people right now that are being released because of shoplifting for less than $900. You see, it's just absolutely ridiculous these days what's going on with fines and citations and such, let alone our business community who are just trying to stay alive at this point. So to me, I think that's the leadership I think we need to show, and whether we do it officially or unofficially, I mean, I'll give, maybe you guys can tell us what really we need to do.
Strong.
Yes, thank you. And I think this is all pretty clear. There's a couple of things I think bring us back to the purple tier in reality. And the two things Salvang did that was very good. That was the 2 rental agreements. And I would ask that as part of that item on Tuesday night, that staff brings back a local version of those 2 rental agreements, which would allow us to go back into the purple tier without the restaurants serving people on their own property, but making it be on public property. And I think that's very good. And rather than using the word egregious, I would rather use the word flagrant, which is defined now as conspicuous and intentional. I think that's very important that we make that distinction. That's the bulk of my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Garcia.
Yes, the only thing I would like to add is just to keep an eye on the ICU beds and the hospital bed situation. And that's all for me, sir.
Okay, and we do get regular updates from County Public Health on the hospitalization levels in our area, so that's fairly easy to keep tabs on. Mr. Gregory.
Steve, I just want to kind of repeat what I've heard and what you said. I want to go back to what you said and modify this a little bit. So I'm having, the only thing I'm really concerned about, I think we need to roll back to the purple tier. And I think that we need to let our enforcement and our regulation of egregious or whatever you want to call it, I think it'll take care of itself. I think Ty's done a great job. And with the agreement we have with the Chamber of Commerce, that's going to work. I do like with Maria, we keep an eye on the bed count and keep our statistics correct. We comply with all COVID issues. But I think we need to go back to the purple tier. It resolves all the issues with public spaces and all that kind of stuff. I don't think we should get into that personally, because it's too complicated. And it almost feels like we're just kind of doing a sneak around. I just say, I think we do what Councilman Hammond said. We just say, look, let's roll it back to the purple tier, follow the rules strictly, be respectful, and keep our businesses alive. It's that simple. So, and I'd be happy to make a motion to that, but you may want to add to it, Steve.
So let me, if I may, Steve, just reiterate the points again, because I think it addresses everything you were talking about. In fact, let me go ahead and make a motion, and if it flies, it flies. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I move that we maintain purple restriction levels in the city of Paso Robles, and that we support the redesignation of our county, moving it out of the LA statistical area for the purposes of COVID evaluation, that we continue our course of empathy and education using our chamber partners with local businesses, that we allow our public health officer at the county level to designate what indeed is egregious or flagrant and let us know of those instances. I don't think we need our officers in the field making those decisions. And then finally, I think that as far as the length of the course of action, I think that this would stay in effect until a review is needed based on local developments or new state mandates. That would be my motion.
Second. That's perfect.
I have a motion by myself, seconded by Councilman Gregory. Discussions on the motion. Mr. Hammond.
The only discussion, I thought maybe the direction of that letter that you may be signing here with the 7 cities that, you know, they're kind of, again, asking for 3 weeks to go back to the not staying at home level. But, you know, it's up to you on that, Steve. But I certainly agree that we need to do something as a group with all mayors signing one letter and sending it off as soon as possible.
And I think if this motion passes, that would necessitate that change in the letter. I should have made that clear. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Strong?
Well, I understand exactly what the new motion is and what Steve Gregory said. I still would like to see those 2 rental agreements come back as modified to look like Paso Robles. And the reason is they do legally meet the state requirements and take us back to the purple tier without being sneaky. It's a matter of it legally does it instead of just flagrantly saying up yours. I don't think that's the best way to go.
Councilmember Strong, Mayor Martin, if I could respond to that just briefly. So there's been, I know Solvang has followed that suit. I think if there was interest in bringing that back, we would want to take a closer look at it because we're not sure how their temporary encroachment permits work. It may not be necessary to go to that length. And Solvang being in a different county, it's my understanding they had some different issues with their county and enforcement, ability to use the outdoor areas for takeout dining, which I don't believe is going to necessarily be the case in San Luis Obispo. Another city that has tried that approach in LA County is getting some pushback from their county on that effort. So it's more of allowing the outdoor areas to be used for takeout is still being allowed and continued in general. So I think that's something we'd want to take a look at if there is interest in bringing that back, but it may not be necessary to go that extreme approach with the leases and that based on the current direction we're hearing from the county.
I'm willing to listen to to legal advice on this matter, but I just want to make sure what we're doing is still legal.
Right, Fred. And I think that, as I said before, I think there are still refinements and other issues that can be discussed with regard to this and should be as time goes by, because we're not out of the woods on this yet. There are going to be other discussions. Anything else, Fred?
No, sir. I just don't want to really thumb our nose at the state. We can oppose what they're trying to do to us, but I don't think we have to do and thumb our nose at them.
No.
Understood. Councilwoman Garcia?
Nothing else, sir. Everything sounds good.
Thank you. Could we have a roll call vote, please?
Mayor Martin?
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia?
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. I just want to make a couple of more comments before we move past this. And I've used these words myself. If you're concerned for your health, you should stay away from a place that you think is going to hurt your health. The one caveat I would give to people is that if you're not really worried about the virus or you feel safe enough in going anywhere, beware of the fact that there are probably people around you that either are at risk or are concerned about that. And you may inadvertently, even though you certainly wouldn't want to do it purposely, you may inadvertently deliver that virus back to somebody who is trying to avoid the virus. So please be very sensitive and circumspect about your neighbors. And the last thing I'd like to say is, I know we've all received emails on both sides of this issue. We've had testimony tonight, public comment on both sides of this issue. And to the folks that are very worried about this virus and the folks that may have underlying conditions or may be in an at-risk population, when you see the businesses working to stay open legally and stay open responsibly, I know that that's of concern to you, but please try your best not to demonize these folks, because they are all our friends and neighbors, and we're trying our best to apply the rules equitably and fairly to keep the fiscal health and the physical health of our community strong. So please keep that in mind. Is there anything else before the council tonight, Mr. Furci?
No, sir.
Very good. Upcoming events. Senior Citizen Advisory Commission meeting will be Monday, December 14th, 1:30 p.m. City Council regular meeting Tuesday, December 15th, 6:30 p.m. If there's no further business, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilman Gregory, second by Councilman Hammond. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
We are adjourned. Thank you all for your hard work.
Thank you.